the life and times of President Buhari, and we will be signing out of this coverage of this documentary.
And of course, you do know that at the top of the hour, politics today.
Okay, the life and times of former President Muhammadu.
Having just a few minutes ago sworn by the Holy Book, I intend to keep my oath and serve as president to all Nigerians. I belong to everybody and I belong to nobody.
He was a man shaped by history, and in turn, helped shape the history of a nation.
ABC! ABC!
From dusty parade grounds in Kaduna to the quiet courtyards of Daura in Katsina State, Muhammadu Buhari's journey was one of discipline, duty, and destiny. A soldier, a statesman, twice a national leader, always a man of conviction. This is the story of a man who rose through the ranks, not through charm or politics, but through resolve, and whose passing marks the end of an era in Nigeria's long and turbulent march. Muhammadu Buhari was born on December 17, 1942, in the small town of Daura in Katsina State. The 23rd child of his father, he grew up in the Sahel's dry winds, shaped by discipline, Islamic education, and deep communal ties. He entered the Nigerian army at the age of 19, joining a generation of officers who would rise alongside the young republic. As Nigeria grappled with coups and conflict, Buhari proved himself a loyal and capable officer. He served in the Civil War, became governor of the Northeast State, Borno, and later Minister of Petroleum under General Olusegun Obasanjo. By the early 1980s, Buhari had become a major general, a soldier of few words, known for his strict adherence to order. In December 1983, amid economic hardship and political unrest, Muhammadu Buhari emerged as head of state following a military coup.
Gentlemen, as has already been announced, the Supreme Military Council met yesterday and after an exhaustive deliberation approved your appointments as military governors for the 19 states of the Federation.
His regime championed a campaign known as the War Against Indiscipline, an effort to reawaken civic values and restore national pride. Though many Nigerians remember the era for its no-nonsense approach and anti-corruption trials, critics pointed to its restrictions on civil liberties and a press under pressure. Decree 4 of 1984 and the Twitter ban of 2021 are perhaps the most unpopular of his policies against media freedom. After less than 2 years in power, Buhari was overthrown in another coup. But the story was far from over.
You are all aware of the circumstances which led to the change in the leadership of the government of this country, and I need not to repeat it here.
For nearly 2 decades, Buhari remained largely out of public view until Nigeria returned to democracy. In 2003, he contested for president, he lost. In 2007, he tried again. He lost again. By 2011, as a relic of the past. But fate had other plans. In 2013, Buhari helped form the All Progressives Congress, APC, a coalition of opposition forces. And in 2015, history was made. Muhammadu Buhari became the first opposition candidate in Nigeria's history to defeat a sitting president. When Muhammadu Buhari assumed office, expectations were sky high. His mission? To fight insecurity, reduce corruption, and revive an ailing economy. In the early years, the military reclaimed territory from Boko Haram, restoring some measure of peace to the northeast. But new challenges arose. Banditry in the northwest, farmer-herder clashes, and kidnappings that spread fear across regions. The president remained calm, almost distant. Critics wanted urgency. Supporters praised his steadiness. On corruption, his government launched reforms. The Treasury single account, whistleblower programs, and high-profile recoveries. Yet, some said the fight lacked depth or appeared selective. The economy faced headwinds. 2 recessions, inflation, and a fluctuating naira. But amidst the hardship, progress emerged. The Lagos-Ibadan Railway, Second Niger Bridge, broadband infrastructure, and social investment schemes for the youth and the poor. Buhari frequented the UK for medical treatment during his 8-year tenure as elected president. In 2017, he was hospitalized in the UK from May to August, but later discharged. Internationally, Buhari was not a flamboyant diplomat, but a consistent presence, representing Nigeria at summits and championing African priorities. In the West African region, Buhari was ECOWAS leader in 1985 when he was head of state. As Nigeria's president, he returned as the bloc's leader from July the 31st, 2018 to June the 29th, 2019. Leadership invites praise and criticism. Buhari's tenure faced growing scrutiny. The NSAS protests and the government's muted response. Nigeria's moribund refineries and billions of dollars splurged on maintenance yearly.
We don't believe anything that comes out from Nigerian government. We said what we said.
Poor oversight over his appointees and accusations of regional bias in political appointments, and a perceived disconnect from the everyday struggles of Nigerians.
There is hunger in the land. The economy is poor. There is no light. There is no road. There is no water. Banditry in the north. Kidnapping in the north. Militants are fighting. What do we voted you for? We voted you for you to bring that change to us.
To some, he represented moral discipline and incorruptibility. To others, an aloof figure in a time of crisis.
And he has performed incredibly well as a leader, so we actually miss him. And the memory will keep in our minds for a long time.
But even his critics acknowledged this. He meant well and believed deeply in Nigeria.
He was a very kind person, very honest person. Very kind with us, very well. That's all, food, money, everything we needed.
In May 2023, Buhari handed over the reins of power and quietly returned to Daura, his hometown. he spoke. Decades of service. He said he had given his all and would leave the rest to history. What then is his legacy? A general who led with resolve. A president who governed with restraint. A man who believed that discipline, integrity, and sacrifice were the foundations of nationhood. His critics remain. So do his defenders. But few will deny this. Muhammadu Buhari stood for something, and he stayed true to it, whether the world approved or not. In a nation searching for heroes, he became a symbol, flawed, complex, but deeply committed to the land he called home. The soldier has laid down his sword, the statesman his pen. The journey of Muhammadu Buhari is now complete, but the chapters he wrote in Nigeria's history will endure. May history be kind, and may generations remember a man who came when the nation called. But the chapters he wrote in Nigeria's history will endure. May history be kind, and may generations remember a man who came when the nation called.
I think that what we did in Buhari's time was to set an agenda. Did Nigeria first along and to be very clear about our vision, to be clear that this is about building our nations and the interests of our people, but acknowledging that this is in a global context. And I think what you will see is a coming together today of Nigerians for Nigeria, whether they're in the country or they're outside of the country. And kudos to the many colleagues that I have outside in the diaspora who are doing incredibly well, whether in the UN, you mentioned earlier, our former Minister of Finance, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, as the WTO head. But there are many more in businesses. There are many more in diaspora. They're incredible.
On who you're asking, but there are areas that can be objective, particularly if you're speaking to data. And this morning, we'll be doing just that with Mr. Bismarck Rawani, who's Managing Director of Financial Derivatives Company Limited, joins us on the program this morning. Mr. Rawani, good morning and welcome to our dedicated coverage of the burial of former President Muhammadu Buhari.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. This is one government that you've tracked so well. Time and again, we've had conversations. There were two economic recessions under the late President Muhammadu Buhari. Well, one when he was head of state, almost like he and recessions were destined together. But can you maybe break down the driving forces behind these downturns? Is it oil volatility, policy missteps?
Special service. As you know, people today in Nigeria, in fact, we all gather in solidarity of the family of former President Muhammadu Buhari. I'd like to dedicate this episode of my broadcast to the former President of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari. So if you're just joining me, thank you for joining. God bless you as you pay your kind respects, as you send your condolences, and may His gentle soul rest with Allah. So I'm going to get into the program. So on today's Soul Talk Nigeria Memorial Special Service for the former President Muhammadu Buhari is titled In His Shadow. The Buhari's years. Now that he is gone, what did Buhari presidency really cost Nigeria? President Muhammadu Buhari is gone. What did Buhari's presidency truly cost us Nigerians? We're going to get into the program here. So following the death of the late President Muhammadu Buhari, it has actually opened a national moment of reflection, why many remembered him as a disciplined military figure and a symbol of anti-corruption. Others bear the scars of policy silence during crisis and deepening poverty. Many Nigerians have different opinion as regards to the former President Muhammadu Buhari. And we get into it in a moment. It is sad that most Nigerians do not have anything positive to say about former President Muhammadu Buhari. It's very sad, but it's the reality of our life. It's a reality. There's nothing we can do about it. But you need to know that whether President Muhammadu Buhari was a good president or not, he was whether he was a good president or not, President Muhammadu Buhari was a leader. There's a difference between being a good person and a good leader. And being a good leader is different from a good person. President Muhammadu Buhari was a good leader. Sorry, a good man. He mustn't be a good leader, but he was a good man. That I can tell you. So, in this memorial special broadcast that I dedicate to His Excellency, former President Muhammadu Buhari, Nigerians from all walks of life speak openly, with grief, of course, in respect and sometimes with anger, about the negative impact they experienced during his presidency. Not very many Nigerians has a good eulogy towards the good memories of former President Muhammadu Buhari in passing, So today's Soul Talk is dedicated to him. So now that he's gone, we want to talk about the negative impacts that his presidency as President Muhammadu Buhari's era leaves on our lives as Nigerians. People around you testify what the experience about Muhammadu Buhari was. Whether his first tenure as the head of state, 1984. So most of us weren't born at the time, So I actually, it's been a while I came here for Soul Talk, but because of this special memorial service, I decided to do this. So what I have done today is I've actually asked my, support group to give me their own, share their experience as regards to their experience during the presidency of General Muhammadu Buhari in his administration. A lot of people have various things to say, negative things, I must tell you. Because, of course, there's no denying that his presidency was controversial, I must tell you. People didn't believe in his presidency, It is emotional now that he's dead, Now that he's no more, people have their best, people have their worst memory of his presidency. You know, there are people who are sharing tears of frustration to rare moments of hope. You know, so people today gathered in his wake. I must tell you, not just one, from Christians, from all walks of life, you know, to contribute their respect, to show respect and honor to him, you know, that he came, he saw, and he conquered. Listen, I must tell you, if you go to the smallest unit of our society, which is a family, if you go to your family today, if you have children, I want you to take a piece of paper, list out 10 different things that you think in your own best of ability, what you think you have done for your family, that you think you have done your best. Put out a list of 10 things and pass it across to your children. Or better still, find someone whom do not know, that your children do not know. Pass through that person. Tell the person, take these things, go to my children or my family, ask them to give you a report of how or what they think of me with 10 different reasons. You see what your people will say about you. Not everyone will praise you for all the things you've done. Some will pick some things that have favored them. Some will think the things that haven't favored in your own family. So we have the right as people to describe President Muhammadu Buhari in any way, shape, or form that we feel. It is emotional because you will never tell how the other person is feeling. And because you feel the way you are feeling does not mean that other people feel the same way too. Because there are people that have different perspective as to why things during his administration were the way they were. And because I'm so pained today, because I see a lot of Nigerians who draw so much dissatisfaction and discontent and show it, you know, without a little bit of remorse, that a leader, a father, and a good man has died because he didn't make it good as a president, as a leader. Does not mean he was a terrible human being. He wasn't a terrible human being. We all have our biases as people, and because of these biases, that is how we are being judged by people who do not know us or people who know us. People who know you up close will tell you a different story about you than someone who don't know you up close. So this is the reason why I'm dedicating this broadcast to former President Muhammadu Buhari. As you know, he is currently being laid to rest in his home state in Daura. In Daura today. So you have to know that in every society, you know, people always have their own different opinion about people. So some people when they hear the name Buhari, they have this ring of a bell in their head that this is just a demon. And some people, when they hear the name Buhari, they feel like this is a saint or have a different view of him, you know. So let me start with the contribution I have here of different people who in my support group, who share their experiences, what they went through during the time that President Muhammadu Buhari was president of Nigeria. So if you hear the name Buhari and something stirs, for some it is the sound of promises made, for others it is a silence, others it's like a siren. So today asking this question that only memory can answer. What is your best and worst memory of former President Muhammadu Buhari? What is your best and worst memory of President Muhammadu Buhari? You know. So, I have the first contribution here. This man said, I am a jockey, I'm a student in Ibadan. My best memory, I would say, maybe when school reading program started, then my little brother got lunch at school. And I was happy because that relieved me of the burden because of the vice president who initiated that program. I will always remember that even though it didn't last long, that is the memory of Ajoke, a student in Ibadan. Now, the worst memory I have is the insecurity. You know, we used to be very safe. I have never thought I would live in this. I have never thought my city would become insecure. But then suddenly things started changing. Couldn't even travel home during my NYC because of bandits, and it just got worse and worse and worse until he left. All right, so this is your own. This is Ajoke's. This is Ajoke's experience, best and worst. And so Malam Isa said, I am from Gombe. I am a retired civil servant, Mr. Guzandes. To be fair, my best moment when he brought back discipline. Then I was just a little boy, but I knew the impact that made to Nigeria. I was in +2 states then in my primary school in Jos. So my worst memory is the economy. My pension stayed flat while everything else tripled. And the payment of my pension took years, even though he promised to do something about it. So this is Malam Issa's experience of President Muhammadu Buhari. Issa said he brought discipline, Muhammadu Buhari brought discipline to their society. He lives in Jos as at the time as a boy. He experienced President Muhammadu's no-nonsense tenure as the head of state then. But then his worst experience is President Muhammadu Buhari promised to pay their pension, but the pension didn't come for years. All right? And this one said, Zanders, when we got power more regularly in 2017, but that was because 20 election was coming. Maybe he wants to say 2019 election was coming. And my worst is fuel scarcity. I slept in the car on one night at the filling station, and the president was just sleeping over it. Never again shall anyone be a president such as President Buhari. Not again. This is your own experience. Thank you for that one. And then this guy said, I respected him during COVID. The lockdown was firm, but NSAS broke me. That silence, it was a betrayal. It was a betrayal. President Buhari betrayed the whole Nigeria. Even if he didn't shoot at the NSAS protesters, even if he didn't give the orders, he was commander-in-chief and kept mute. No, that was betrayal. That's my worst experience of him, Rashid. During that NSAS, President Muhammadu Buhari was under pressure and at the same time didn't talk. So Nura said, Mr. Best, I'm not Best, when the Abuja-Kaduna rail was hijacked, was it under Buhari? Was it under Buhari?
I don't know. I felt unsafe all through. Worst, when terrorists attacked the same train, I knew someone on it, and see today, I have not seen that guy, and I don't know if he's dead or he's still alive. But Buhari is the reason behind all this. Okay, thank you for that one. And this is Malami. And Danlami said, fertilizers became available more under Buhari. That is true. But Fulani herdsmen invaded our farms. And what use is the fertilizers if Fulani herdsmen would not allow us cultivate our crops? And our worst is we lost lives, not just crops. That was all President Buhari. He gives it from the right and he takes from the left. Okay. Give me a moment. All right, let's keep going. Malami said, okay, actually fertilizer became available. It gives it from the right and it takes from the left. That is Buhari. Thank you, that one, for... Oh no. What is the matter? Sorry, guys. All right, let's keep going, right? Lomo said, fashion. All right, as a trader, the Naira redesign. That was the worst too. I had cash but couldn't spend it. Best, he tried to fight corruption, but he failed. He felt selective. And he failed. All right, that was your own memory of President Muhammadu Buhari. So Fatima say, my name is Fatima Lawan, student activist Maiduguri. I live in Maiduguri all my life. Boko Haram reduced our lives to nothing. In my area, we were more like I don't know what you try to say. But then, during President Muhammadu Buhari, he tried to reduce the presence of Boko Haram in our area, and that gave us some hope. But IDP camps still full, still suffering. Anyway, may his soul rest with Allah. Okay. All right. And Chidek say, I have lived in Abuja all through. My best memory of President Muhammadu Buhari was when Buhari reduced looting at checkpoints. Worst is that the recession, everything became costlier. Fuel, food, even salt. To even He said, even water, to even get water, no problem. Zainab Gaba said, I will not forget when he became quiet during national pain. Leadership is not strength alone, it is presence. Okay. All right. Thank you for your contribution. Leadership leaves footprints, some light, others heavy. Today, we heard voices that remember both in your own soul. So if you do remember what President Muhammadu Buhari did that really affected or impacted your life negatively, what is that one thing that impacted or affected your life negatively during the era or the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari? Let's hear your views. Let's hear your views. Join me here on this program so we get to talk. So you got to air your views, air out what is paining you. Air out what is paining you. Continuous. So my name is Bala. We're from Katsina. I'm not from Katsina, but I've lived in Katsina from all my life. He was from our state, but I don't feel we gain anything. My shop shut down twice. The economy just collapsed on us. May Allah forgive him, but people suffered through his time. All right, we understand that. This guy said, "Nah, I finished school during Buhari's second term, but no job, no opportunities. NYSC was just marking time. I am still at home 7 years later, all after Buhari's promises failed." Okay. A lot of people have a lot to say. A lot of people have a lot to say. Not good things. Not good things. Not good things. Not very good things. A lot of people have a lot to say. Not very good things. President Muhammadu Buhari has gone to rest. Let's give him, let him rest in peace. It's summer here, to stay dehydrated, to stay hydrated is good. Hawa said, Boko Haram attack reduced in my area during Buhari, but we live in fear under his rule. Our IDP camp still lacks food, water, and dignity. He never came to see us, even though he promised to come multiple times. Anyway, the dead is for the dead. We are still alive. I didn't believe Buhari would die before me and just the people I see in the camp. But today, he's dead. It's all right. It's all right. We're doing this special broadcast for late President Muhammadu Buhari. We're sharing experiences. What are the negative impacts you felt during President Muhammadu Buhari? Liman said the double recession destroyed the startup boom. Forest policy was chaos. Importing tools became impossible. Buhari never understood the modern economy. This is Lamin. Binta said, Binta Mohammed, Zamfara, Northerners contribute today. Healthcare suffered though. Hospitals became graveyards. We had no drugs, no power. Patients died because of power outage. Even oxygen was luxury. What could be the reason why a president will not understand simple primary health care needs? President Buhari was just a different president, a good man rather than a president. All right, I agree with you, a good man that he was. My name is Isaac. The worst for me, the worst impact I felt during President Muhammadu Buhari was the Naira redesign madness. I queued for my own money. People died in hospitals and homes because they couldn't pay for food or drugs. That was cruel, man. Man didn't understand our whole society life. Okay. All right. Tosin said, under Buhari, let me educate you. Things went bad. Education collapsed. ASU went on strike so often. Even we, the lecturers, became tired of ourselves. Students lost years, actual years, real years, with no life. We can't get all of that back. Man is gone now. Yes, man is gone now. Not to come back to life. You see, the impact you make in life, sometimes it's not when you are alive that reflects. It is when you're gone. And that's why if you walk around different cities, you see monumental buildings, monumental edifices, monumental statues, and all of this is to honor people who have impacted on society. Now, a president like Muhammadu Buhari, it will be contextual for people to say, okay, let's immortalize anything about him. In time to come, people will start arguing that Muhammadu Buhari International Airport, Muhammadu Buhari, this and that should be changed. If there was any monument or anything named after Muhammadu Buhari, because of what? Record of bad legacy. Because people will decide how you led, how your administration affects them or impacted on their lives. That you can't take away, no matter how good we try to see things differently. Because yes, I understand very well that President Muhammadu Buhari was a good man rather than a good leader. That has been my position about him. I had the opportunity to know him a little bit up close, so I understand that it was difficult. President Muhammadu Buhari was a man that was so relaxed. Let me give you an example of how President Muhammadu took Nigeria. You know, he wanted to fix Nigeria so bad that when he brought people who were supposed to be administrators in different ministries to carry out effective services to Nigeria, he thought they were all genuine people that they were going to do their job. But President Muhammadu Buhari didn't know that people have bad intentions. Because every minister you interview today about the legacy of President Muhammadu Buhari will tell you he gave them the latitude to do what they wanted to do, whatever they liked to do, whatever they felt was good for Nigeria. He didn't monitor them, he didn't harass them, he didn't sack them at will, he wasn't like that. He would believe you are honest because he was an honest man. If you come to him with an idea, so long as he asks you a few questions and he's okay with your response, he said, go ahead, do it, implement it. So the whole country was going in and out of bad policies, and he's a person that takes things slow. He wasn't a leader that has the fire that he had when he was the military dictator. No. At this time, he was a different leader, completely different. And at this time, when he became different, the thing is, he started seeing things from that, and you need to understand that the power that was bestowed on him as the president also didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what he wanted to do. He didn't allow him to just do what wanted to do. He needed consultation, and he wasn't a man that wanted to work with speed, because Nigerians need speed. They need fisa, but he wasn't that type of leader. So it is easy for people to misunderstand his administration. You know, we cannot mend his legacy. No matter how much you try to paint it, we cannot mend the President Muhammadu Buhari's legacy. You can't do that. Because, okay, let me read you let me just go back to some of the conclusions we have. So this person said, Abdullahi Musa, I'm a mechanic in Kano. I have repaired Buhari's car. Oh, thank God, I have someone who have been close to Buhari, even if he didn't meet him. I have repaired Buhari's car. But this was in 2003. That time, Buhari was a different person. I didn't want him to become a president. But when he became a president, I knew he was headed for disaster because I knew him and I know what he stood for. What kind of government did he lead? He leaves everything, fuel, queue, petrol, wahala, all year round, scarcity, till 2023. I don't know if you are asking me a question. Okay, let's just say this guy is saying that he knew President Buhari right from 2003, and he was his mechanic or something like that in Kano. I don't know. But okay, so for him, he didn't want him to be a president. Like a lot of people who knew President Muhammadu Buhari knew that him becoming president, it was a disaster. I have the same opinion. Why? Because he became a good president and a good leader. A good man will not make a good leader. And the problem is, he was with another good man as running mate. Osinbajo was another good man. That is why you see the current vice president was telling Nigerians, Osinbajo should go and sell ice cream. That's what good men do. These people were not rugged anymore. Nigerians needed a rugged leader, like this Asiwaju now. Asiwaju is a no-nonsense rugged, Bukan, what do they call it, Capone. So these are the kind of people Nigerians need for that office of the presidency. Because Buhari made extensive consultation on how to remove fuel subsidy. Another thing was, he was consulting with civil society groups, he was consulting with Labour Congress, and all of them were saying that no, you can't remove fuel subsidy, at least not now. So you see, if he had removed fuel subsidy, this administration wouldn't have gone back to fuel subsidy. They would have started off from something else, but he didn't, because he thought he was doing Nigeria good. So he allowed the fuel subsidy to keep piling up. Do you understand? So a lot of policies he thought he was doing Nigeria good didn't favor Nigeria. When he came into power, remember, there was a lot of crises, and his policy on his style on trying to comb insecurity in the north or in the northeast, he actually shut down the borders for a couple of months. Shut down borders. There was no inflow of goods between most of those African countries. Most of them that were benefiting from Nigeria oil, food, they didn't get any. He shut them down because he wanted to stop flow of people trooping into Nigeria. So there were things he did that weren't actually, they were hard-line decisions or policies as a leader. But then, just like President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed, those hardline, decisions affected Nigerians badly. One of the things is how the economy, because he didn't understand modern economy. President Muhammadu Buhari did his best to see how he can push for a better better economy. He didn't actually focus on economy at all. He didn't. This is why within the period that Osinbajo became acting president, not acting though per se, Osinbajo was the one that effectively changed the Naira exchange rate from around 600 Naira or 500 Naira at the time back to 300 or something Naira. You know, how that magic happened was just because of the small opportunity that the acting vice president took the initiative to act upon our economy. So Buhari wasn't really that much of an economist. He didn't put in, keen interest in sorting or solving economic problems. He didn't. His interest was fighting corruption and secondly, insecurity. The reason why he failed was because the people he appointed to work under him during his presidency became so corrupt while he was trying to fight corruption. And also, most of his list of targeted corrupt Nigerians were mostly of opposition party. Of course, the opposition have been in power before he came into power, so it should be, understandable that most of the people he went after in his bid to fight corruption were from the opposition. So people begin to say, oh, if you are from the Buhari's camp, you won't be touched. But that was not his agenda, because before he came into power, he was an opposition. So whom was he fighting? It was people who were in power before him. So it was easy to understand that, okay, whoever he was going after in terms of fighting corruption were all in opposition. So it felt like it was a selective, targeted vendetta against the opposition. Remember, the opposition was PDP, and then it was from the South, to be clear, South. So, and South constitute a lot of Southerners politicians. So Buhari targeted the previous administration. He went after them, and it became like a selective vendetta, because most of the people started coming back to APC, and with that, it seems like when you come to APC, you get baptized and your sins are forgiven. That was how the narrative was being run. And secondly, because he appointed a lot of people that he had known for throughout his lifetime running for presidency, who have helped him one way or another. He also compensated some people who have been in his portfolio throughout his running for presidency, the first 2003, 2007, 2011, and then subsequently 2015. So the appointment didn't circulate as regards to the 6 geopolitical zones that were supposed to now cut across. So his appointment and his, didn't go like it didn't go round. So it was easy for people to criticize him, to say that he was biased or he was nepotistic, which was easy. So, but at the same time, the man meant well. He meant well for Nigeria. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it all by himself. And the people he brought close to help him didn't do anything better. They just helped him destroy his administration. And of course, today, it is all his legacy. Trust me, Buhari himself didn't steal money as per how you look at it as a corrupt Nigerian. He didn't. But people around him did. A lot of people he gave administrative appointment, stole from Nigeria. Meanwhile, he trusted them. This is a man that is so loyal to people he called up close. One such person is the former governor of CBN, Emefiele, and a host of others. So, and there was a time people criticized President Muhammadu Buhari for having a cabal. Now, remember, President Muhammadu Buhari had, when he came into power, had series of, illness. He was just frequently very sick. And so this cabal became just his wife, his aides, especially Gabashawu and this Yoruba guy, that guy that was his special advisor on media and publicity. What's his name again? So most of them started limiting how people get to have access to the president because he was sick. And because of that, they limited how long he get to see people, the duration he has to last. So let's say in a week, they tried to limit his work hours so it wouldn't be so extensive. So because of that, he now created the impression that there was a cabal around President Muhammadu Buhari. President Muhammadu Buhari is a man. I have studied all the interviews of people who are talking about Muhammadu Buhari. They have very similar analogy of him. He was a man that once he has an audience with you, he listens intently with you, listen to what you have to say. If it's something that he has to ask questions, he asks you. He talks very less. He jokes, he plays. I have a small opportunity to, be around the man. And I understood, I told you yesterday, guys, that there was a day he visited our complex. Then I was in the ministry. He visited the complex. He come to you, he jokes with you. You tell him where you're from. He'll tell you one or two things about that area. I told him I'm from Cross River. I'm from Alabama. And oh, he said that's why we are short, and we laughed about it. And I'm a very short man, so he was very petty. Very cordial and very humorous. He joked. So up close, the man was a good man. That's what I keep saying. He was a good man, but a failed leader because first of all, the presidency he was coming to become between 2003 and 2015 that led to 2019 and 2023 was a complete different state affair. It was no longer as 1999 and 2003, because that's when he started. He started campaigning in 2001. So you see, almost 25 years have passed. So things became overwhelming to him. That's why he got sick frequently. So there's a lot of factors you see that you have to understand. If he was your father, you would tell him, Baba, resign, leave this job, go and rest. Do you understand? Because at the time, we just all knew that this man was not going to do anything. But he just has to be there until his time is over. What am I saying is, let's not cast aspersion towards the man because he failed as a Nigerian leader. Because at the end of the day, he was just a human. That's why he asked you to forgive him. Right? Why am I being a devil's mouthpiece? It's just because I feel that people didn't know so much or very little about him. It's just like today, we're all, if you give the chance that you stone President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed, you stone him. But up close, it will be a different narrative. I keep saying this. If you ask your family members to give you a roundup of who you are or the impression they have about you, you would understand that not everything you do is that much impressive, even if you are a good person. You see, Nigeria is a failed country because so many factors contribute to this. Remember, if you bring the most brilliant policy in Nigeria, if you don't have people to execute that, it will fail. And that happens to President Muhammadu Buhari. It happens to him. To the extent that because he was just lenient with people, he didn't take critics seriously. He was just thinking, oh, the media will always be the media. Especially social media hits him. Social media hits him because prior to social media was the previous administration. I remember before Twitter became a thing, before 2015, those of us that were using Twitter knew then that it wasn't as much as 10 years later today. So President Muhammadu Buhari was an arcade leader who came into the space, during when social media became a thing. It was no longer his era. He wasn't supposed to be a president in this generation. 20 years before, maybe, he wasn't. So he came to the wrong generation to be a leader. And that's why he failed. All of these factors is to what? To give you a better perspective of how to cast your expression, because at the end of the day, we are all humans. Now, let me go back to what Florence said. Well, I'm a widow. My husband was killed during the NSAS protest. And he wasn't killed at the NSAS, but during that period was when my husband died. I will never forgive how the government stayed silent on the NSAS. Buhari never said a word about the pains of Nigerians. And top of it, my husband died during this period. I don't know why, but I just blame him. You see? You see? So this woman is saying that her husband died during NSAS. It wasn't because her husband was killed by anybody or anything. Her husband just died within this period. So it became a national pain. And because it was a national pain, she just knew that the only person to be blamed for her husband's death is President Muhammadu Buhari. You see that a lot of people just blame the president or the government because something terrible have happened in their life. And I would relate, because if something terrible happened to any member of my family today, I would try to now apportion that blame to government. If government have not failed in this or that or that or that, my family member, my loved ones will still be alive. I will always attribute that to government. So sometimes the pain you are feeling is not because Buhari failed you. It's because someone Buhari entrusted with what's supposed to be a solution to your problem failed. But because he's the leader that was supposed to ensure that that is done, he failed in that regard. And I keep going. Okay, Yakubu said, as an ex-soldier, as a soldier, I served in the Northeast, no proper weapons, no medical cover. He said he loved the army, but we were dying like ants, no honor for the dead. How can a soldier be so ruthless to a soldier? I don't honor him. He is like those of my comrades. I become commandos. He is like those commandos that died, that we don't know where their body is lying. Let him go and die again. I understand you. It's a soldier man. Yeah. This person said, when food became unaffordable, I watched my student come to school hungry every day. And Gary now, as you know, is like gold. Buhari didn't speak to us to know what was exactly his problem. Was it because there was no money? Because he borrowed so much money. What did he use the money for? He just disappeared into Aso Rock. And before you know, he was sick. If he's not sick, he's not in Nigeria. Something was just wrong with him. He should have died when he was a leader at that time, so that Osinbajo would become president. Osinbajo was a better leader if he had died. Why did he wait till now before he died? Nonsense. This one is para. She's vexing. Oh my God. Hey. So sorry, yeah. So sorry. I understand you. No doubt. I understand. Alright. Musa said, Dauda. My name is Musa Dauda. The oil spill cleanup he promised never reached also. Our rivers are still black. Our children cough like old men. We saw no justice, only silence. And then he hand over to another pro-mass. They are all the same. Let him die and die and die. Ah, my God. People are vexing normally. People are really vexing. All right, that's Musa Dauda. This one say Iloka. My name is Iloka. Custom destroy my goods at the border. His economic policies were war against small traders. He blocked, I told you guys before that he locked the borders, right? So this person was affected. We cried and cried and cried. Nobody listened to us. Buhari was just a devil incarnate. Till today, I have not bounced back. You see where people's pain are coming from. Policies that affected them. About the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration. If it affects you, whether the policy is good or not, so long as it affects you, the leader is bad. He's a wicked person. He's a devil's incarnate. Why are we Nigerians like this? You know, policies are meant to be implemented. So that's why I said before, I have this episode of my podcast. Government has to do their best to make sure that they communicate government policies beforehand and provide alternatives for the citizens that these policies will be affected or that will have, you know, a negative impact on those policies. Government don't do that. Before you know, sometimes you will not know that a new policy has been enacted. You'll be a trader. One day you'll just say, oh, you no longer can do this. Why don't you communicate so that the citizens will disengage from such whatever activity it is? You just enact a policy, and someone who is doing business, you put out the policy that so a product should not be imported or exported or this and that. You didn't communicate to your people, and then eventually the person invests all his life savings only for him to get to the last bus stop, and then you just destroy whatever investment he had because of government policy, because you didn't make a proper communication to be able to communicate to these people. Now, would the president be the same person that will come from his office to communicate with the market people, traders, you know, people at the ports? Ministries failed, administrators failed, ministers failed. It's a joint failure. It's not just one man. It's just like to President Shiwaju Bola Ahmed. If his policy fails today, is he alone? Is he the executioner? Does he go around trying to implement those policies? Are there not people there, different agencies, different ministries? This is a combined failure. If Nigeria is failing, it's a combined effort. If Nigeria is to be redeemed, it should be a combined effort. All right. Rabi Osani said, I was in Sokoto when ASU strike wasted 2 years of my life. Buhari didn't negotiate, he did. We protested, wrote letters, no response. That silence still haunts a lot of us. 2 years of my life. See? People are having grievances, discontent. 2 years after the man has left office. Buhari will never have a good reputation, no matter how we preach. He's not my principal. I didn't have anything to do with administration. Briefly, no, but I have no reason. But I'm just trying to give you perspective so that your conclusion can be informed. You know, regardless. Janet said, I'm from Benue State. We lost our village to herders. We begged the government to intervene. Nothing came. He acted like we didn't exist. Buhari government made me feel invisible as a Nigerian. Today is the same thing. We don't even know if he told this president that he should ignore us. They are all the same. but surely they will all die. Okay, this is another Nigerian, from Benue State. This is their feeling. So Buhari will tell Bola Ahmed, Ashibati Bola Ahmed, this is how I govern. Continue from here. Do the same thing. Does it sound is that responsible enough? It's not fair. This one said, import ban on fabrics destroyed my business. Import ban on fabrics destroyed my business. Customers vanished, materials became scarce and expensive. Buhari didn't care how we survived. He didn't even do it the way it should be done. He just banned everything. Everybody with his schedule of pain. Everybody with his schedule of pain. Unfortunately, we all share the same pain. This one says, Salihu. Salihu say, the road remains dead traps to my side. I'm a bus driver. I lost a friend in an accident that could have been avoided. Buhari promised infrastructure. What we got was photo ops and potholes. All right. all right. Ayeni said the unemployment was. He said the unemployment. Did you think about that? The unbearable unemployment. Did you think about that? I applied for almost 101,000 jobs. Nothing. Buhari said we should farm. Buhari said we should go to farm and farm. How? In Lagos? And then he said, Buhari was just clueless. I'm sorry I'm laughing. Excuse me. And truly, you cannot farm in Lagos. If you want to farm, go to Zamfara, go to Niger State, go to Adamawa State, go to Nasarawa State, Benue State, all those areas. You can farm there properly. Thank you guys for joining me here on this special edition of a tribute to former President Muhammadu Buhari, as we see he's been laid to rest for eternal life. Kevin said, under Buhari, the police became more violent. I was harassed 3 times just for having a laptop. That guy, I fear him. Then Mariam said, Usman, I have an NGO in Yola. His government let girls like Leah Shaibu stay in captivity. He spoke about dignity, but what about our daughters? We wept, we waited, no closure. The man didn't even have the interest of the North at heart. Who exactly believe Buhari would do such a thing? Now, honestly, now. No. Oh man, thank you guys for joining me. We are still on the broadcast dedicated for the tribute of former President Muhammadu Buhari as he's been laid to rest in Daura, his home state, Katsina.
Want us as a people
It's a sad reality. Unfortunately, we have to bear through it. All right. This is currently
drawn into that gathering.
This is Buhari's
I can
son.
imagine that it might have been tough for him because, you know, in a gathering like that, as you did say, even sons can get lost, especially when you're trying to wade through the president's security cordon. So perhaps he had had a tough time going through the cordon of the president, but now he's right there, and hopefully many more family members, I hope that they have not been cordoned out of this particular moment. But pictures that we're seeing, we're trying to talk through it as we see it develop on our screen. We see right there the president's son going to meet and greet President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, greeting the Vice President Kashim Shettima as well, and all the other dignitaries that are seated there, acknowledging their presence as they wait for the body of the late president to be finally interred. I'm trying to make out who else we're seeing seated right there.
That's the vice president.
Yes.
On the side.
Yes.
And on the front, on those other sides, leaders of all the countries that we're seeing arriving today in the.
That is President Muhammadu Buhari's son, who has gone to, you know, greet the President of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed. That is him there, and the Vice President Kashim Shettima. You can see Buhari's son. He's the one down there. People are accusing him of a lot of things. So this is a live broadcast by TVC and channels. So joined the broadcast. That's President Buhari's son. And this is him, this is him. This is him. This is him. This is him. The guy is crying. So, you see, it's not easy to be a leader. And a lot of people don't understand the pressure that comes with this thing, even though you get to make a name for yourself, right? Remember that being a leader is one thing, being an accountable leader is another thing. You know, you have to be accountable, you have to be responsible. Your people need to feel that you are indeed a leader and that you are their leader. And you know, Nigerians, as it is difficult sometimes to feel the presence and the impact of a leader. You know, and this is one of the things that President Muhammadu Buhari faced. There were times when people thought that he was dead, and people used to say that today, because people thought, oh, President Muhammadu Buhari has been replaced by a certain Jubril from Niger. You know, President Muhammadu Buhari was always very alive, just that he was sick, and because he was sick, you know, people believe he was dead. I read a comment here of someone who said President Muhammadu Buhari was should have died a long time ago. Why did he have to wait? You need to know that no matter what you wish for the man now, where he's dead, and that whatever we say about him now doesn't change the fact that he has left us, you know. Thank you guys for joining me on this special broadcast. It's in honor or dedicated to the tribute of former President Muhammadu Buhari. If you know me, I'm very inclined to Nigerian politics because I feel like we young people should be able to understand what politics mean and what our leaders are doing from time to time. We should be able to be, up close with the happenings of political affairs. With that, you have a very informed knowledge about what leadership means. Just in case one day you get into that space, you should be able to know what it takes to be able to be a leader, because you have listened to various people, opinion and guides. And with that, you can build your orientation about politics. So, apart from that, I am I'm just a journalist. Fortunately, I am not on ground, so I'm keeping in touch with the happenings within the political corridor, and with that, I chose to analyze and see things as they are and try to break them down. I think with that you get to also see things from my own perspective, and also give you a different perspective about certain things.
The team includes Major General Muhammadu Usman, Major General Oluwafemi Williams, Major General Shoaib Nuhu, Rear Admiral Sulaiman Dahun, Rear Admiral Jonathan Ajolo, Rear Admiral Samuel Imajola, Air Vice Marshal Adeni Albert Amesimola, Air Vice Marshal Ibi Sani, and Air Vice Marshal Obina Obiabaka, and Major General Mike Alexion, coordinator of the team. You can see him right there. This is the ceremonial uniform of the military, where they are performing this kind of event.
This is
this shouldn't take a lot of time. This shouldn't take a lot of time because as soon as we've seen the body arrive, there will be a prayer. This naturally will be coordinated by the chief imam. You can see the pallbearers have now dispersed and left the body alone. And the chief imam will now take charge. He is officiating priest, or so to say, a cleric in this regard. And he will be the one to take charge and now ensure that the final committee to Mother Earth is done in the right manner. And all of the obeisance to all the rites has to be done. And family members, well wishers who are designated will be allowed also their final respect. Buhari family. But right now, it's only the son that we are seeing. And if you observe, you haven't seen the wife, you haven't seen the daughters. She has, quite a number of daughters and the wife. There are a few restrictions as to the Islamic practice, and perhaps part of what we're seeing right now. I was brought up around a lot of this culture and religion, so a bit of what I know is that dead bodies, and the extent at which you can permit, who can be around it, who can understand the fact that body washing, which is...
À tout moment grâce à l'accès au marché américain 24 heures sur 24. Obtenez l'application Trading 212 dès maintenant.
The minister was talking about that, absolutely. So, and in all of these, there are specified, there are rites of passage in terms of burial in Islamic rite. They are detailed, they're specific. And when you're wearing leaders, there are a lot of things that have to be put in consideration. And the young man Yusuf is carrying a lot of burden on his shoulder in this moment. He's not the eldest of the children, but in that moment we see him playing a prominent role in this regard. So let's perhaps have another feel of what's going on right on the ground.
see, a whole president is going to be buried with nothing. Nothing, absolutely nothing. A whole president is going to be buried. The only thing he's being buried with is this crowd you see here. You see? Just the crowd. People that will show up. Why live a life that a life where your legacy will be questioned, people will not give you your proper respect? This is Buhari's son. Is it Bashir also? His name. This is me when I was a boy. We always find a way to climb. The man has a good hectare of land. You know. People are climbing through the fence to have a view of the premises of where President Muhammadu Buhari is being laid to rest. That is him there, President Muhammadu Buhari, lying in state. They are carrying out prayers, and he would be laid to rest. Of course, that's the way of life, you know. Life is not eternal. Life is you come, you saw, you conquer. And that's what it is. President, say bye-bye. The officiating imam, that's President Bashir, and that's
Step into Wix Studio and handle every part of your build from one platform. Map out your project.
Today we are going to have a discussion on issues of youth. And first, before we start the session, I just want to let everyone know that this program is not politically affiliated or sponsored by anyone. So the theme for today is youth rising for a better tomorrow and transforming politics and shaping the future. Without much ado, I'll welcome everyone to this program and to this session, and I'll give everyone a chance to introduce themselves. Just 30 seconds for everyone. I'll start with the lady on my right, please.
Hi everyone. Hope Mori. He has a neutral party. Thank you and welcome to the session.
Good evening. My name is Mario Nakoko.
Good evening. My name is Bill Clinton.
Good evening to you all. My name is David Odhiambo.
Hello each and everyone. My name is Elvis Ouma.
Hello, I'm Modi Nick.
Good evening everyone. I'm Asumo Emmanuel.
Good evening everyone. I'm Boya Samuel, the Director of Farans East Africa Limited. Thank you.
Good evening everyone. I'm Amos Otieno.
We are Uru and Lennox Otieno Rongo University.
Hi everyone, I'm Brighton Young Odhiambo.
Okay, thank you for that. And what I just have to add on top is that let's know that we are here to hear from our fellow people. It's not much more politics, but what we consider is right and the change that we want. And do we really want that change, or do we really want to be do we really want do we really want to participate in those issues of change, or do we just want change but not collaboratively offer and suggest on the issues of the change? So I don't know if it's okay, you guys talking about the aspirants you're going to represent, or we just go with the flow. Which one do you prefer? You can lift your hand, then I'll... Is it okay for you guys talking about the reps you are representing here, the aspirants you are representing, or we just go with the flow? Okay.
I think by the time you give somebody time to speak, we begin by saying who you're representing. Yeah.
I'd rather we just talk, but because there's a way someone will talk that suggests that he's talking about a specific aspirant. So by the time you'll be asking your fellows questions, by that time we will know the specific aspirant you're talking about. That's according to me.
Let me support the fact that we are all here. I guess the invite was given to each and every party. So as you're seated here, you are representing a certain candidate. So when you're given the floor to speak, actually what you're supposed to be doing is to sell your candidate to the public, because this is the platform. So if you want to go with the flow, I don't think if it's going to be right that you are here to represent a certain candidate and then now you step it down on the floor. Kindly.
Anyone else with a different suggestion? So which one do you go with, the former one or the latter? Mariam's suggestion or Hope's suggestion? And I'm just hearing from ladies. I don't know about the gentlemen in the house. Oh, Bill did contribute. Okay, fine. We'll start as you guys consult, and just to open the forum, my first question is, what does youth power means to you in one sentence? I'll start on my left. What does youth power means to you? Fine, you can pass.
What does youth power means to me? Yeah, youth power, it means that a youth has the right to do what is right and to express their democracy. As my aspirant that has sent me here, he has taught us that we should advocate for youths so that youths can know their power politically, economically, and they have the freedom to express that power in any way that is right in the Constitution.
Anyone else?
Hi once again. According to me, youth power is a situation where the youth have stepped up and decided to become one and want leadership that is by the people and not for the people. Exactly my point.
Yes, according to me, youth power, this is just a way of enabling youths to express their emotions and their feelings, and they are heard, and the outcome of the feedback that will be brought in will be negative and will enable them to do whatever they are able to do and to express their feelings.
Thank you. So I think youth power is a situation whereby the youths are coming up, they are rising to accept their roles and responsibilities in politics and leadership.
According to me, youth power is a collaborative platform where the youths team up together and make their aspirations and aspirations well known to the people so that they can always be heard and they have a space within the political niche that they can always express themselves, be understood and not misunderstood, because currently we are seeing a situation where the youths are not really understood the way they are talking, but someone might end up misinterpreting them. So if we have that collaborating platform where we can express ourselves as youths and team up together so that we can transform the political sphere positively, I think that is a good youth power.
Yes, according to me, actually youth power is a team whereby youths come together and collaborate. And when they form this team, they actually can issue out their needs. They can say whatever they want, they can express their right via this team, via this space. That is it.
Okay, according to me, I think there's the desire to accept changes and also to raise their voice when something is wrong.
Anyone else? It's okay. Thank you for those responses. So actually that brings me to the next question. Just connected to that, we've seen scenarios about youths rising up and showing what they want to do. My question is, do youths really want the power, or they just there for visibility? Do youths really want power, or they are just there for visibility? Who wants to go first? Do youths really want power, or they are just there for visibility? Okay.
Yes, according to me, actually youths really wants power. And they only need this power when it goes to the right person. And this right person actually will lead the youth and the whole team in a good space, in a good manner. So the answer is yes. Youth really wants the power. Thank you.
Okay, the question about whether youth need power or not is quite clear and straightforward. Of course, the youths need power and they deserve to have that power within them so that at least we can have a generation where creativity is at its peak, because we've tried the previous generations and apparently there's another generation that is rising up that need to be heard. They need that space so that they can express whatever the motives, the ambitions that they have within themselves, so that that transformation is something that goes through the younger lineage so that we have a better future as we try to move forward.
I would answer that this way. The youths need power. And we can confirm that by the recent happenings that we've been seeing. Thank you. I don't think the youths want visibility, but I think they want power, because with the recent happenings that we've been seeing, the recent political happenings, we've been seeing throughout the country, starting from the protest of 2024, that is June, the youths came up. And in fact, the reason as to why the youths are coming up is because for a long time, political decisions have been made for the youths without them. So the youths have realized that it is time they wake up, it is time they rise, and we've been seeing lots of these youths rising and vying for these political positions. So I think the youths are living at the present times, and they understand the challenges that their fellow youths face more than the adults understand. So I think it is high time we go towards that direction, because at the end of the day, we need to end the cycle. There is continuous recycling of old politicians who do not even understand what the youths want. At the end of the day, we end up suffering because of making wrong political choices.
I think youths needs visibility first before power. Because when we are visible, we can be heard, we can be listened to, and they can understand what we say. So when you have these, when we are visible out there, when Gen Z they were in the streets, they became visible. And now we are here because there was a movement that was formed because of Gen Zs. Now we have the power because you are visible. So we need visibility to be heard, to be listened to be understood. So I think visibility is much important than power, because power has been there for all those years. We've been having power. From Rome, one power. There is no big change. You get power in theory. The visibility more Nikoro youths, Yalobedo hard has not been there. So I think we should advocate for the visibility that Gen Zs have now advocate for in the millennials. That's why even we are now here. So we need to be visible first so that we can express our power. Thank you.
Good evening again. I'm talking about, do the youth really want power, or they want visibility? To me, the youth want power. And I'll narrow it down a little bit. The youth want power. As I'm talking about youth wanting power, I want to not pose a question, but from what I've heard or seen being quoted once or twice, is power being given or is power being taken? Talking about youth wanting power, we are going to talk a situation whereby it is a collective responsibility of the youth to be in power. And when I talk about youth being in power, I'm not going to narrow it down to only one situation or one side it to a situation whereby the youth just want a youth. I'm going to talk about the youth wanting a leader or wanting power that's really aligning or whose ideologies really supports them. And to me, youth really want power.
Yes, in response to that, youths need power. Yes, of course. I'll respond in this way. You see, if they didn't want this power, they could have not turned up the way they are turning up to show what they want for the nation, or whatever they want for the new generation that is coming in. And for this, yeah, they are trying to be visible, but they are not being given that chance. In that whenever you try to rise, they will demoralize you, and you will not get that chance to express your feelings according to what you want or the changes you need to make. And this, when they come together and they engage that power together, I think they can go far by helping this generation to reach or to attain whatever they want.
Me as I talk, I may say that youth needs power. Reason being, you see, like now by the government you are in now, it has been formed just because of youth. And the thing that is going on now is now between youths and the government. And the government do their own things. Only the youth they come out. As the time they have come out, they are going to be visible and they're going to be seen. Not the thing that are going to be seen first as when they need power. I may say that youths need for power first.
Okay, according to me, I don't want to talk about youth. I am a youth, and what I need is power. And power cannot come without visibility. So we want power and visibility.
Good evening once again. An gimang'eyo iwachoga ni jomatindo e teko jomadongo, to jomadongo e rieko jomatindo. In as much as youth really want power, we must coexist with the millennials or any other generation to ensure ni wawuotho kanyakla. You know, when you give power to the youth particularly, and there is no mixture, then they say that people can get drunk with power. Yeah, so we need the guidance of the old, even as youth get hold of power. Now, straight to the question, I really feel that youth have played a critical role, especially in the civic education in this generation. They have enlightened the whole country, and even it happens everywhere across the globe. With their online platforms and the things they do, they have demonstrated that they can lead given opportunity, and they can also engage in decision making. So I really feel that youth should be brought on board because that is the direction the world heads to. We can see even Captain Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso is a youth, and he's been doing good. So youth have demonstrated across the globe that given power, they can do something, but again, they need guidance. As I began, I said, Jomadongo, Erieko Jomatindo, to Jomatindo, Eteko Jomadongo. So the youth have the energy and the zeal to push something going, and we need the wisdom of those who have been there before us for proper guidance. Thank you.
Let me say I want to support my two brothers who said youths need both visibility and power. You know, visibility is one thing and power is another thing. And the two can correlate. Now, visibility is all about being seen, being known, and being noticed. While power is all about having the control, the ability to control and influence. You can never control or influence without being visible. It's like having light and having a table. And then you have your light hid somewhere under the table. You know, when that light is under the table, are you really going to be able to see anything that you're doing, maybe in the dark? Let's say that. You have to have that light on top of that table so that it can illuminate the room where you are. So youth need both visibility and power. Without visibility, I think power is also something like, we're not going to talk about it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone you're leaving behind? It's okay, it's okay. Now, I just want to remind you that, oh, fine.
Thank you. I would want to politely disagree with the point that I've had. I don't think youths should be brought on board. I think youths have already realized that, the continued narrative of bringing youths on board is false. So I think the youths have realized that. And they are not waiting to be brought on board, but in fact, they are inviting themselves on board. And that is one, by vying for these political positions. So I don't think we should wait. It is like telling a youth that you people will be leaders of tomorrow. You will be future leaders. But that future doesn't, you don't have to wait for that future because it will not come at the end of the day when you're waiting for it. So as youths, we should not wait to be brought on board. There are these political positions like the MCAs, like the MCA position, like the MP position. Youth should wake up and vie for these political positions, because when you read, that is Article 99 of the Constitution, it qualifies, it indicates, and it explains the qualifications of one to be a member of parliament. And I've not seen anywhere where it is written in that article that it should be, to maybe adults, right? It qualifies everyone from a certain, there's some qualifications that are listed here, there. So if you can read that, then it qualifies, including the youths. That is.
Thank you. It seems that's a really interesting topic that we should go deeper into it, but time doesn't allow. So thank you for understanding. Okay, I'll just remind you guys that we are live at Triple Tree Media Kenya on YouTube and Doma Bay TV on Facebook. So I'll quickly go to the next question. And this question was triggered with Mboya's response and Bill. And the question is, we speak of elders not listening. Are we also guilty of not listening to each other? We speak of elders not listening. Are we also guilty of not listening to each other as youths?
Okay, it's a very interesting question. I truly believe that the level of technology has played a great role or impact on what we do as a society. Basically, many youth do not feel guilty because they do the right thing. All the same, you find that you can't find a complete home. Utapata watoto wengine wakorofi, some wazuri, but that is a society. So I feel when you ask that, are we not guilty of something? I would say, to me, to an extent. The reality is, the society today, we can't survive as a generation. We need all generations on board. We need the elderly need us. However, because the elderly have been there for quite a long time, I think that it is time the exit stage for the youths to take over. Now, youths who are to take over, the fundamental questions we should ask ourselves, from what point of view do you want to take over? Have we been playing a key role in the day-to-day activities or day-to-day life of our members in the society, or seize the opportunity that comes with the Gen Z revolution or such like stuffs? So we need all leaders on board. I mean youths on board. We need the age on board. We need Generation Alpha. Everybody's needed on board for us to coexist effectively. One last point in regard to that. For any government, we've always had handing over and taking over of leadership after every general election. Unless it is monarchical or maybe such things, hereditary or so forth. But now, where we do general elections, the presidential systems, you find that those who have been there for quite some time, they hand over to the incoming regime. Now, the incoming regime could be new to the system, and they need the guidance of those who have been there before them to take over. So, those coming in could be youths, but they also need the wisdom and clear roadmap from those who have been there. And this you can only get when we dig deep into the archives of our systems and maybe through the civic education, which anyone can do. So the youth is an overrated thing. I feel like we should talk of, away from talking about youth, to what extent is someone a youth? Are you a youth when you look young, or you are a youth when you are 35 and below? Because we have young members of parliament like Babu Owino, who today is not in the age bracket of a youth. But because he's a young parliamentarian, we say that youthful leaders. So we could have leaders who are youthful in their 40s, their 30s, and even 20s. But when we talk about age, then I think to an extent we will be leaving a big chunk of the youthful leadership out of matrix. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay, allow me make this statement. I think the youths are not guilty of not listening to anyone. As a matter of fact, seemingly, hypothetically, from what is happening currently in this country, is like the main crime that we have as a generation is the fact that we are young. That is the main crime that we have as a generation. And you could ideally attribute this to so many factors. The generations that are there ahead of us are not quite candid to listen to us. In fact, anytime you raise a point, they vilify you based on your age. You're talking and you're young. So what are you really talking? Do you have enough experience? So this really draws a lot of questions between experience and age. And also, on factual basis, whatever is possible, the kind of things that can happen within the theoretical framework and practical framework. So these things have really made us to, I think as a young generation, we are being misunderstood. We are being misunderstood, and we don't have that space where you can practically express yourself and bring out those ideas that you have as a youth, because they tell you don't have an experience. For a fact, I think this is the generation that is the most learned, because I would, even if we do a random check here, you will realize that if not all, then majority have gone through the university system here. And that shows already that this is an empowered generation. These are people that need to be given that space and opportunity to really showcase whatever they have in their brains. We have the best ideas, we have the best ideologies, but it's only that we are still going through the long frameworks that had been laid that more or less are more or less bureaucracy. So because there are people that have already built STEM for themselves in the name of being elderly, in the name of being more experienced, they have laid a foundation of bureaucracy where there are so many steps that you need to reach before you're reaching a solution. As a matter of fact, if right now you ask me if I need to reach Bill, how many steps should I make? It is practical, I'll do. But if you go through the elder generations and you ask the same question, they'll give you a long theoretical framework of whatever you need to do as an individual to reach Bill. While it is something that you can easily see, that is Bill. Let me make a step and move. And I think that is something that we really need to address. And if we address that, as a generation, as a country, we are going to really make massive steps. Thank you.
Okay, before I give anyone else the mic, I'll just have to remind you that we'll try to stick to 1 minute for each person. Try to maximize your 1 minute, or you can use your 30 seconds. It depends how ready you are. So anyone else wants to add something about we are blaming elders that they're guilty. That's what Gen Zs are saying. So as youths, are we also guilty of not listening to each other?
Yeah, I think I want to start by saying when we talk of the elderly not listening, because it's all about listening. And when we talk about listening, there's what we call communication in between. Now, for you to be listened to, or when the term listening comes into question, there must have been something that is going south between the elderly and the youth. Now, I know the youth want to be listened to. Of course, we want to be listened to. But again, there's this one sure fact that we really have, we must not shy away from, is that two wrongs can never make a right. Yeah. So in as much as we are saying that the elderly are not listening to us, is there a way that we can find appropriate to pass our information so that at least we have the ground levelized? Because the kama inenda rakachacha to in driver. So you expect ni sama uketintire your drivers mokoma very rogue and araka. To inyi so wagani sama ine steering ine my normal. Koro adan mondo wangi from this angle ni that elder midwar ni mundu uwinjini kawe kanga is very abnormal. So that in midwa make the approach to make your communication pass to them so that they listen in a normal. So you find a way, or we find a way of bringing up our issues or raising our issues up to them. Now, if they're not listening, we are not listening. Thank you.
You want to speak?
Mondi konam, waluoru ruto nyuolwa, indo chako mondi konam, jonyuol bendo nego luor nyithindo. Koro wan youth. Sani wacho ni wachayo jonyuol. Jonyuol bedo muchechu. If it means that it's something that is 50-50. So basically, I would say, we're just, if you're born, that you know that going to the toilet, bad. That is what you will try to do, even if somebody is trying to explain the essence. Bad. So we will not consider it as a big sin. Ne youths or child, ama or child youths. It's equal. That is a way that now we understand. If we do this way, if I'm told that Lennox, you are supposed not to kill that thing, then if I killed it, because I understand that when I kill it is when it will understand that it should not be here. So I will have to kill it so that it cannot be there. So it will be normal to me that that is the way things are. So because that is the way the things are, that is the way that we have to do the things, so that the other party can understand better, and I will not go to the street so that my legs can be short. So I think it's 50-50 and it's good. Yeah.
Okay, before I pass the mic, there's one who joined us. I'll give you the mic. You say your name, then just 1 minute you tell us what power means to you.
Thank you so much, the panelists and the fellow youths of Kasipul. Allow me to greet you in the name of God. Good evening. My name, I'm Odhiambo Lavan, a student leader at Maseno University. I'm very sorry to be late. Maseno is very far. I'm doing some 1, 2, 3 back in school. So I just had to start late. Some of the journey started late. I was waiting on something. I came here to represent Muhammadu in the Kingdom of Jiwa, because I also feel there is something that I really feel he is the best man who fits in the position of Kasipul constituency. Now you asked me of what power is according to you. Power is just exercising authority over the people, leading them in the right direction. They say a leader shows the way, goes the way, and the blah blah blah. So power is not all about misusing the office and all that. If you have the power to influence and to guide and to bring change. Thank you. Then at the last question, you talked about the place of the youth in the current society, right? Now I get you. Thank you so much, youths, especially Kasipul youths. We don't need to blame the elders. It is our time, and where there is a will, there is a way. Take an example of Babu Wino. The guy is going for governorship, whether they like it or not. He believes in himself. As Kasipul youths, if we believe that we are the change, we don't need to consult. If we really believe that if a youth is there, then we will do this and this, then we don't need to go kneeling down for them. It is us to take the mantle and do it. Somebody spoke about the elders telling us we need to have experience for us to be in a table with them. Where will we get the experience if we don't get involved? So let us involve ourselves. We don't need to beg them. It's our time. They say we are the leaders of the future. The future is now. If right now, like my friend, as an example, if he had 20 years to his current age, and we had 20 years to that elder, maybe the elder will not be there, but for him, he will be in the place of the elder. For him to have the experience of that elder, he must start exercising that power now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You wanted to say something? Or you're amesema yote, pole. Lord the new ones. So, some of us are claiming that youths are not listening. Some are saying that we don't have to go to the youth. The elders are not listening. Some of us say we don't have to go to those elders. But since we have those people who are saying elders are not listening and they're already guilty, my question is, us as youths, how can we work together with the elders for leadership? Because of course there are those elders who want those leadership positions, the same way youths want those positions. So how can we collaboratively work together with them? Mike, going on.
Okay, thank you for the chance. when you come to the elderly, winjo kata moro gi omachoga ni jomatindo timuti mogo moroa. Like me, I've been interacting with them. When emergency timo goeko, ber negi seche moko, jomoko bende kwedo. You see that? Ama jomoko kwedo no ero, as long as achako wacho niya, telo mantiere sani as the point of presidency, oloke ka koro nini momiji kage, lemo momiji piny kage, omiye nikech Gen Zs. Dino gi wuok oko, this thing could be like this. That's because of us. So we as young people, elderly, kama jomadongo goeko, we need to also support them, and they also need to support us. And they support us, they support gik ma watimo mamorogi. Kech wato gi sano kama wachi niya, we jok chalre. Kama machi lelo kosa ngowa, oko siro. Kosa magete timore manyodongo bende, gibeda no support gi yende. One of Matindo, we need to come out as young people and we have for these positions, for them also to support us. Kechkonyo sani, sagima dibernade. Jomoko donga inya jokama, jomoko dongo. And you youth, we are coming out to support all these things. And as you come out to support an elderly, it's not bad support yet. And you also need to come out as a Gen Z and you have to chance to find to vie for these positions. And we also need to support them and they also need to support us. Thank you.
I tackle that. We see the young generation, they are educated. They are going through education, the system. They know their communication, how they can communicate to the elders. But when you go and you flashback how you will communicate to the elders, they won't hear that. Now this will make the younger generation, they have to push for it. For them to be heard, they have to push for it because there's just a way you talk, no action, they just say, oh, let us just put them down there still. They are not being given any chance to perform. Yes, experience, they have to teach us. Through them, we'll get that experience. But they have to give at least, there's an average percentage they give to the youths to give them a chance. They express their views and they also be heard. And through that, I think that mode of communication will help. Not only that they don't want to hear the youths, but when they hear the youths, they give them that chance. At least this will help bring them up and will help them to perform their duties and to get that experience also, that they also, remember, even them, they never had that experience when they started this thing. But through the empowerment, they were empowered through someone else and they got that experience, they are performing that duty. They should also do it, the young generation also. They give them that chance, they do whatever task they are given. That's where they will know this one is experienced or not. Thank you.
Please, let's restrict to 1 minute. Let the guy Boya go first.
Okay, today I'm here courtesy of a youth, that is Honorable Eddie Joseph. And that is a young man, someone of our age, someone that I really envy the steps that he has made, which is quite bold enough. Let me take it this direction. Currently, as we speak, life expectancy has gone down as low as 56 years currently. At 56 years, if we keep on being denied this opportunity and this space, you will die with the same vision that you really had, that you wanted to put through all your life. Mark, what do you think a 70, a 60, or 80-year-old adult who is retired, who served, and even reach a point where the government now says his productivity has gone down, let him go and rest, being recycled in the name of a political post because we don't have an age cap for them to serve. They come and take this opportunity where a young man who is still vibrant with a lot of vision could still drive us forward and make us achieve our dreams. Isn't that too much to say that someone is selfish or full of themselves? I think that is selfishness. Because for a matter of fact, he has served. He's only there to maybe protect his empire that he has built over the years that the Lord has granted him on earth. He's not there to serve anyone. And that is why they go there, sleep in the sleep there. During the parliamentary sessions, an old man, 70-year-old, is sleeping, snoring. No performance, no ideology, no single bill to sponsor in a parliamentary session. So this person will end up going through that system, and then we support and say the elderly are experienced. What kind of experience? They are experienced at sabotaging dreams that can really go further and aspire and make change to the generations. As a result, I think, let me say that the current generation that are holding power are denying service to humanity because they are not creating space for creativity. This is someone who grew up and as a child used to stay when he's asked in a classroom that, what do you aspire to be? I want to be a president. He grows up a little bit, what do you want to become? Yeah, one day. I want to be maybe a member of parliament. Until it reaches a point, he's now gone as low as an MCA. Nothing to offer.
Okay, I'll just say one thing. I want to agree with him because when you look at some of the challenges that we are having currently, they need new solutions. I would say that gidwaro pamanyien and paramanyien ge seche moko wang'eyo kata kien ge janyuolni, they will tend to think towards a certain direction. Some of the challenges ma face kaka jomatindo kata ma face kaka jokasipul dwaro solutions moko manyasani, to ng'eny jonyuolwa gi maybe ok gipar towards that direction. Giparo solutions are outdated. So I think conversation monego wabed go kodgi en niya, ere gimomiyo wan kaka jomatindo onego wabed in leadership positions, because ng'ama tin at the end of the day we live at the present times and we understand the present times more than they do, because maybe gin negi dak ndalo moko ma kane ng'ato tieko school kata maybe form 4 to nonyalo yudo tich, but that doesn't happen now. It doesn't. So how can we engage them in this conversation where they understand that problems more face dwaro solutions makama to jok mage mantiere gi roadmap mar chiwo solutions mag shida. So I think what we need to have with our parents, kaka I was saying again, adults, we need to have a conversation with them. We need to sit down with them and tell them why the young people should be in leadership positions. Thank you.
An gi penjo ne ji ariyo kunyalo yien. Sani onyuola donge to adongo to nyisa ni yo mida bedo go jamuko nyathini en kidhi school. Ko kidhi school to chano chomi. I am a youth. I am born where I cannot support myself financially to be a leader, let's say so. And we're saying that these our parents currently, they can't bring new ideas because they are old. We are young, we can have those new ideas. To konyuola ni kadhi school ka nyaka be jamuko. Dong kata nyuola mana gi parent nani tang'eya ni kadwa bedo politician to nyaka tim this thing. Manyiso ni there is a line that I have to follow for me to reach there. So it means even now as a youth, when I want an opportunity, and my parents didn't mentor me that Lennox, you need to do this and this to become what you want in leadership. Now he's saying that as youths, we need to be independent. Now limit your mind within Kasipul, within the peripheries of Kasipul, and say, nay, a youth is coming up. We have the kind of ED, we have Boyd and the others. Let us now say ED is coming up because of the parents. Are we advocating for youth or are we advocating for the family? It's just something to ask. Thank you.
Before anyone answers that, Laban, please say what you wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Mine is very simple. I'll tend to come back to Kasipul politics, but if it is all about national politics, then we need to do away with the old system for us to have fresh blood in leadership. So through that is when we can talk about the youths and all that. We can only get there if we do away with the old system. That will take us time. Now I'm back to Kasipul politics. We are talking about youths taking places and all that. For me, I'm thinking about development, youth empowerment, education, and security of the people. We came here as youths. We are the same people being used by these people we call old. It is the same youths being used to kuenda kukata fellow youth. Hao wenye wanakatwa, they are not old people. Wenye wanawakata, they are not old people. We came here to talk about Kasipul. Now one, how ready are we to change the current situation? And who best suits the seat? One, somebody who have, najua wanasema penye moshi hapakosi nini. If we have all these, almost 64,000 members of Kasipul constituency, then somebody dies, then your name is mentioned out of the 64,000. There must be something around this. Another thing, you are telling us to support a youth, but you are not telling us what this youth can bring on the table. I'm somebody who is learning through bursary and all that. Nimesoma hapa St. Philip's Nyabondo. Ukinipea bursary ya 2K, I understand the weight of that. But you want me to support somebody who don't even know bursary inasaidia mtu aje. Somebody who has never even lived in Kasipul, ajue shosho hapa na shida gani. In the name of youth, let us sit here as youths, then bring the change through somebody who will say that enough about insecurity. Somebody was just killed here in India, somebody, an employee works somewhere here, a government employee. Vitu kama hizi, you can come with a solution to correct this thing. We are not here to please these people. This person you are calling a youth, who are the people surrounding him? The same people who surrounded the old person you are calling. So for us, there is no solution in him. The only solution is doing away with the person. So I really wish, as we talk, we come back to Kasipul. Because I believe the talk was all about Kasipul. Sindio? So let's argue based on what is there in the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please restrict 1 minute. If it's a question, 20 seconds.
I think I really like what my brother is saying. I was really waiting for that. That is the direction. We should stick to Kasipul politics. Who will lead us? Why? How? And from when? The narrative surrounding these stories of that, I think we should go to the discussion of aspirants, because that is what we are looking forward to. Because we wasted much time from 6, we began 1 hour later, and we will close before we even talk about what brought us here. So I think the question should be restricted to aspirants, what they want to do, and what they intend to do, what they've done, and so forth. Please, be guided.
Okay, thank you for that. But according to the theme, it was general. We were waiting for you guys to pick it up. But thank you. As we now shift to that direction, I'll make it a general one. Then we go strictly to the Kasipul. People talking of supporting youths as the aspirants. People have come here to represent different aspirants, and everyone is claiming that, it's a claim. I'm not sure, we don't know their ages, that they are youths. So, question is, are youths prepared to clean their own house first? Who wants to go first? The aspirants are youths. Are they prepared to clean their house first? Who wants to go first?
Yeah, I think you only clean the house when it is dirty. But the person I'm representing is a clean guy. So I will go with the date that says that the new broom sweeps clean, whereas the old broom knows all the corners. So you either choose whether your house will be clean in the front or all corners will be taken care of. Now, straight to what you asked, I feel I'm here to represent Mheshimiwa Philip Aroko, who is my boss and the incoming Member of Parliament Kasipul. The reality check as of today is that we've been having bad politics in the history of our constituency for close to 10 years. And I think it is a direction that we should never go. How do we close and seal that door of bad leadership? The only way is to bring in someone who is not affiliated to the past politics of this constituency. One who has demonstrated before that he can lead, and one who has been with our people from the very beginning. The discussion we should have as Kasipul is not for opportunists or people who are seizing opportunity because something shows up. Have you walked the journey with the Kasipul people? What have you demonstrated before? And if given opportunity, I will talk about my boss or the incoming Member of Parliament. I'm pleased to hear my brother talking about Honorable Edie. I think they are all youths. When we began by discussion around youth, the most important question which I asked and nobody answered was the incoming Member of Parliament should either be youthful or a youth, because we have youthful leaders who are not youths. They are youthful in the sense that they understand the language of youths. What they do demonstrate that they can take care of the youths, but their age surpasses that of 35 years. And if you have to restrict ourselves to 35 years and below, what guarantee do we have that this person who wants to assume office is credible and can be, like people can put trust in this person for the positions of Member of Parliament? Yeah, so I think because of time, because we were given 1 minute, I don't want to go beyond that, but that is the discussion we should have. Thank you.
I'm here to present Okindo Mazu, who is a very youthful leader. I will start with a question. Erega kinyalo bie polo kapo ni oketho. Nyaketho. Okindo en ng'ama to ka en ng'ama owar to en ng'ama ong'e ywecho. Osetemo ywecho ga. En gi experience e ywecho. Kendo nyalo yweyo Kasipul kam rach. Education bursary choro ngana sumorongo. He has given us bursaries. Okindo has done his best. Insecurity has been in Kasipul, and Okindo is in a position to solve that issue with a lot of experience, being that he is a youthful person. He is experienced in that field of leadership, mentorship. For me to talk here, it means that I have been in a table with Okindo, and he has told me, Lennox, for you to survive in this life, you have to do this and this. And for me to be here to present that guy, I always believe that when I support somebody with my fellow youths, because I know everybody here is supporting Okindo at a banner. Don't you support Okindo? You see, he has to smile because he knows what Okindo will bring to Kasipul constituency. Koro, Okindo is the best person Kasipul nyalo dwaro. Onge ng'ato mopogore. Erokamano.
Okay. And for gender sensitivity, I just need a lady to speak also.
Thank you so much. Mimi Mwan is mom. Now, are you ready to clean the house? We are very ready and more than ready. We only have two tools for us to clean the house. We shouldn't be too much noisemakers in the name of Gen Zs without IDs and voting cards. there was a link that was running in the WhatsApp groups for you to validate if you are a voter. Unfortunately, in one of our opponents' group, tulianza kuongea like validate for us, then you screenshot. Most of the people started lefting the group, meaning we only make noise, but we don't understand where our noises go to. This is one thing I want to emphasize on. I came to represent Mheshimiwa Kindo Majiwa because I know what he is capable of doing and what he has done. One, during Corona period, already Majiwa was existing. You people in the community, you understood. He brought food for the people during that time. Apart from that, when the school resumed, Mheshimiwa Kindo Majiwa alishonea wanafunzi nguo. And at least in your school, I don't know where you came, in your village school, 10 students got dresses and shorts and all that. He supported education. These are one way to tell you that this guy, despite not being in office, he can do it. Right now, my brother is studying in Rome, Walipata Bazari. I'm in Maseno. I came following for Bazari of Kasipul constituency. The first question I was asked in the office is that the Dauja party, because I come from a church, the Dauja party, Nona, for us to stop such nonsense, we have to clean the house. The house is in a mess. Mheshimiwa Daniel Okindo Majiwa anapeana basari. The Rongo, for me we got 100,000 shillings na mimi nilipeleka hiyo check to Maseno University. Apart from that, there are those whom he sponsored, like my friend here, Kama Ajawaibia, is fully sponsored by Mheshimiwa Daniel Okindo Majiwa. And there is another girl here. Now, to conclude, Mheshimiwa Daniel Okindo Majiwa, apart from being a God-fearing man, had a wife over, he doesn't have a blood in his hand. So my plea with you as youths, even Oburu Odinga is a Gen Z. So it is not all about age, it is all about bringing development and empowering the youth. Then lastly, there is a program running. It started in East Kamagak, that Mheshimiwa Daniel Okindo Majiwa is empowering youths. In the group of 10, mnapewa the generator or car washing machine. I was there when he was launching it, and I'm a beneficiary. So we are still rolling it out. He started with East Kamagak with a reason, because they have 5 aspirants. So this man is not an old man. He's a youth who understands what the youths want. Thank you.
I hope you're still answering the issue of, do we really want to sweep the house or not? I hope that's the... You want to answer that? Yeah, please answer that.
When we have many sweepers in a house, they will be confused. West Kamagax has many sweepers. They are confused to sweep their house first. That's, I'm talking still, just kwekwe mus. Koru, what do you to malay? Wamanjo manyalo yue to maber. Mondo wa yue kasipun. Gikmiwe is insecurity. Marareo, nyithindo nyaka sum. Maradek, nyaka wabede gi healthcare mo fine. Onge ma fine, just underline the word fine. Ka wasebedo ni wanyalo wan gi leaders manyalo yueyo mano. Get onge gi mwanya yue kopogore gi mano e Kasipul. Giweche pi. Then we are good to go. To nganya yue kata mundo ng'eyo. Ng'en jadolo, Okindo. Thank you for this opportunity. I do a bit of clear nikech ang'eni mama watch gima awacho kasani. Kada wacho weche mang'eny. Kasipul ka wach madawacho en mana achiel, dok ging'eny, ka ging'eny to ginya bedo ariyo kende. Ko ken wach weche mwawuoye, to ng'ata mosechung' Kasipul constituency, we wayuegi, mago yugi machon gi wayue, waket oko mar ot, mondo ot obede mondisore matin. To dhi ndisore nang'o? Gik wadhi kao kombe moti, cushions moti mag kombegi, lewni moti te, wagolo oko, to wakao gik manyien, wanyiewo gik manyien kendo, wakete odwani. Odni dhi bedo mondisore ba. Wawe wuondore gi ng'at moro ma awinjo ko ji temo wache mang'eny, ma udhi wacho ni osebedo mang'eny ka ochung' to osebedo kodong' mang'eny, to kodong' to ringo lal, to oduogo mana ka sama opportunity ni nitie. Kik wawuondre uru, mano ng'at mok ni ready mar konyo Kasipul. Kwada bedo gi ng'at ma konyo Kasipul, ng'at ma awinjo ni wacho wach remo momako ng'ato. Kare wach remo gi, we wagol u jok manigi remo gi, waket gi gimbe gi ywe. Wakaw kendo ng'ata jo Central bawinjo ko wacho kani jo Central osetiyo mang'eny. Wambe wan jo South Kasipul ka, wambe wan members mag Kasipul constituency. Wambe wakawe uru ng'at achiel, ana support Honorable Robert Ouko. Wuoyi ma tiring'iny, wuoyi motegno, wuoyi mong'e gimoro education, ok adwa landora, ok adwa ni walandre mang'eny. Adwa ni wawacho matin. Wuodwa ni ochung' ka kendo kowuok South Kasipul ka. Wambe wakawe uru ng'at achiel, wapime uru gini, kata wuoyi modhi sero, ang'eyo Gen Zs, ok dibukri ni dhi sero ng'at achiel, isero mana dala achiel ni, imipono olemo, isiko mana kichamo mapera, ineno ka ji chamo maembe kamoro to kidwa dhiye, in mapechi ni emidwaro. Omiyo ata kwaya, kaponi wayweyo ot, to ayweuru ayweya gi yugi te manoa chon, mondo kik wabed gi takataka kendo e ot kendo.
Wow, thank you so very much. Now, let me make it very clear that from the far end to this far end, I think you are all men. I want to consider you all men, including her, because you are here to look for votes, right? So I'm here, I'm the only lady, right? The only lady, all you are all men. Why am I saying I'm the only lady? Because I'm the only one that is carrying the heads of those you are looking votes from. So whatever you're going to say in this battlefield will help us gauge who are we really going to take in for this, because this is Kasipul politics, right? Tumeulizwa hapa, are we ready to have our house clean? Am I ready to clean my house? Personally, as Hope, I'm very ready to clean my house. And the only thing I'm going to use to clean my house is my vote. And then the other thing, the broom that I'm going to use to clean my house is now you seducers who are here to seduce our votes out there. That is going to make me to make a wise decision to pick one of you as my broom and have my house clean. Otherwise, my house is so dirty and it's disgusting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Allow me to start like this. In politics, here in Kasipul, it has been bad. The reason why I'm saying this, yakana chak somo, madong marom kama. Okalur marom achune, kikmaseneno, oking ok maber. Another thing, ano ko siya pagana sa poto kini machiwa kabisa, okadago ber. Kaya kada dala wanya at nusibire, makada bando yin ko si pogo. Okay, when I say when I'm kabiru chimo watch kamano chalo kama. Ose chung ting mangen. Mandala manori manda beno koma Kasipul. No time, no way. It's now the time moto vi chung nero. Odoka step down Martin. To when you manya lead Kasipul no ka koma Kasipul to manade. Obey the bodo. Winja watch chalo kama. Then another Kasipul. What's really going to pogoro and we youths. Mokom wako lonje kama mangen kamai. Pejana kaya youth kumwa kada kura go waonge godo. To kura ni e youth manya libe ka ngowa. Odini. Ka kura no waonge godo. Ora you odini nango. How can we do this house when you don't have votes? We don't vote fast when we have votes. Ngati makori uso no hero. Use kabisa. Mara kor ki use nyene ngani. Eri benade. Nyalo lead Kasipul, nyalo konyo Kasipul ka eri. Ani kisane abiro ora ge Robert Ouko. Robert Ouko enga potin kabisa. Enga kijana. Keno support somo kabisa. O support somo. Keno kaka sani. Hala sani yitino mo kama di school kisama ukirikan. Mana ka kuni yini ko karangat majiwan. Kelo odi school. Odi somo. Odi somo. Koro. Okay, thank you. I'm winding up. Koro. Waka urukura obyaguru wodwa ni obedango obed malaya. Thank you.
Okindo Majiwa team has talked too much. Let me give Boya first and then I'll come back to you, Marian. That's okay.
Thank you. I think we are deviating away from the question. And I can make a biblical reference. When Jesus was choosing disciples, he never chose anyone manotim on a miracle. Otherwise, he would have had so many disciples. Seemingly, some members of our team have chosen, of this panel, have chosen disciples Magjo Magichango. And as a result, they are praising that. So there is a difference between being sound and critically alive than being just a lunatic or a fanatic or I'm short of words to express that. So the thing is that, are we ready to sweep our house? Yes, we are ready. And the solution is through Edie Joseph. This is someone that does not carry any baggage. He's still a young man, barely 29 years. He's alive to the fact that the generation is highly changing and even acquainted with matters to do with artificial intelligence. That particular set of individuals, they cannot critically be alive to that. So with this one based on that and incorporation of the new ideas, why should we elect or have people who know all the corridors of a police station? They know when you want to infringe justice, this is the button to press. They know all the shortcuts that need to do. At least let us try someone who is very naive in this system so that he can take the system holistically without infringing any part of it. And by that, we'll be moving forward as I think as possible.
Yes, thank you. I'm now back on a serious note because I've actually had people talking about other people, mentioning about some serious names, but the fact is that I have to support Mboya. Yes, it is time to sweep the house. And this can only be done by none other than Edie Joseph. Why am I saying this? Even in the Bible, there is a quote that says that, I only restrict you to carry out a single duty. So if you are a pastor, you remain being a pastor. If you are a businessman, you remain there. If you are a politician, then you simply come up as a young youth, as a young generation, so that you rescue these people. So being the case, Wasengeyo, ni Edie Joseph has been supporting actually almost, I can't count, but many students at Kasipul. For example, when you go to Agorosare, there are students who are there because of Edie Joseph. He is supporting them, you see? Number two, for us as Kasipul youth to have a proper vision through Edie Joseph, we ask God, okay, so I'll have the mic later then, so thank you.
Marion has allowed to donate some seconds for me. Now, I'm on your neck, kindly, and kindly face me. I heard you talk about we should elect as someone who is naive. You know, as a voter, I'm seated here and you've already sent chills down my system. Because as Kasipul, we need a leader who is able to stand for what he understands is the truth. Knowing the corners of the police station, everyone will know, even the one that you call naive, will know every corners of those police stations. And if they want to infringe any right, they will do it. So we want somebody who is bold enough, who can stand and defend what is really right. Thank you.
I want you guys to calm down. want to instill wisdom. So, my name is Marion, and thanks for this chance. It's been a minute I talked, and since everyone is talking about their aspirant, cleaning the house is dirty, sweepers ni wachafu and everything, I'm going to talk about Honorable Newton Kefa Ogada. I haven't had anyone talk about him here, and I'm here to talk about him. Since you guys want a clean house, you guys just know that there is a clean house already. You guys mnataka kuingia kwenye nyumba safi. And I'm talking about Newton because since everyone here nimesikia kiongea, kuna basari imepeanwa, kuna shule imepeleka, kuna mtu hata anataka kuchukua watu wa majiwa pia apeleke shule. A lot has been said. Anyway, so talking about Newton, everyone has done something, infrastructure, education-wise, and everything. So I'm going to talk about Newton. When I'm talking about Newton, kila mtu hapa anamjua, right? If not, I'm going to let you know about him right now. Newton supports education. Newton supports anything that deals with the well-being of a community. We are talking about schools. We are talking about a health facility. We're talking about a place where kids can have a roof over their heads. And this is about, I'm talking about an orphanage. I'm talking about a school that's God will provide. A church inside there God will provide. And I'm talking about a hospital as well. If you know parents, GWP. So if at all you're looking for someone, since you guys, not one, not have said you're sweeping the house, I'm talking about Kitambo. This is someone who is not new to politics. And at the same time, he has never been in this seat. This is a political person. He's a philanthropist. He has been in the field doing this community work and everything good to the community. Everything he has done has made a tangible impact to the community and its environs. And I'm going to urge us all of, if you're making any choices, better be wise, sane, and sober. Are we good?
Okay, I need you to decide who is speaking.
Thank you very much. You say that your aspirant package, right? Responsibility yake dongi. How will he carry the responsibility of the people of Kasipul? Nikirudi, I personally have been here and I'm here under the courtesy of Right Honorable Okindo Majiwa. We need to clean the house, right? The house of Kasipul imeshakuwa dirty. Nikitulishakuwa dirty. Na ilikuwa dirty, si ndio? And you have been told, nimesikia wengine wakisema kwa jumoko watu wengine ningo bene yero jogo ma poko ogeyo remo donge jogo ma bende yani joma nyiene politics donge. My question really penjo mantire go pendo mo machiek kabisa. Gin kanye samane jomoko timo introduction. Ni wacho maler ni sama Mheshimiwa Dano Okindo Majiwa no chung 2017 of which sio vibaya donge udogo 2022. Do you know the reasons why no retreat? You don't know donge. No, yes? Endorsement. Sorry. Gimomi no timo endorsement nen gimoradi achiel. Mheshimiwa Okindo Majiwa oluoro gik miluongo ni remo machwer. Winjo maler. Mano miyo his slogan hapo chini en kwe, hera kod dongruok kamili. Ong'eyo sit jo Kasipul. In terms of education, I'm a student leader in Rongo University. I'm your leader, right? Ibro yudoka out of statistics mar students mar Rongo University, 126 Kasipul students there. Out of 126, I have 68 students who receive bursaries mar Right Honorable Okindo Majiwa. And not 2,000, not 3,000, but we have been receiving 6,000 each. Yeah, I have the proofs. If you need, naweza nikatoa. Yeah, we have exactly 6,000. And manopoko they. What if akienda?
Yeah, you were asked a question, and it's like you're not going to finish this session. Okay, note it down. Please note it down. Please note it down. Then Okay, fine. I want you guys to finish speaking, then we have the same house, then we continue. Are we good now? There were people talking this side, so are you done? So, yes, please. You answer the question. 30 seconds, please.
Okay, I think the baggage that I'm referring to, or the naivety that I'm referring to, it means that this is someone that does not have any burden to carry. And to be precise, Mheshimiwa Idi Joseph does not have any criminal case that he is currently pursuing. He does not have any blood on his name. He does not have any case of fraud that is currently pursuing or handling. So he has all the time, he has all the energy to invest it into the affairs of Kasipul. And that is what I meant. Not unless maybe they misread me.
Thank you so much. I think time is not on our side, so we'll use little time. And because I'm one person representing Philip, I think I need an extra minute, if you so wish. I'm just one person. They're talking like three people. It's 3 minutes against a minute. I'm answering to the question of the sweeping of the house. Okay. Now, I hear sweeping of the house simply means that we as youths, particularly Gen Zs, have to register as voters, must have ID cards and register as voters, so that when we are going for the elections, you have your weapon. The weapon here is the voters card. Because if you don't have the voters card, sometimes your decision might not count, or your opinion might not count. So we urge members of the public, particularly the youths, that they have to register as voters, and to those who do not have ID, they can pursue to get one, so that we clean the house. When we clean the house, we bring in new leadership that is not having any bad garbage, as they term it. Philip Aroko is one who has demonstrated that. Many people talk of this story of, oh, he did this criminal case and all these other things. No one is above the courts. When the law says there's nothing, there's nothing. And they did everything possible. Mheshimiwa Philip Aroko is one person who doesn't even have a taste of blood. That guy is so clean, super clean. So you are having a leader who can push the agenda of our youth forward. He has demonstrated before. When we are talking about education, he has demonstrated before. Like people talk of bursaries, 100 people, all these other people who are taken care of. Philip Aroko has taken care of more than 2,000 people. Last year, when we gave a bursary of 6 million, 2024, those who are sponsored under Aroko Foundation are 250 people. I'm the director there. I have facts. And in fact, North Kamagak, where the Mheshimiwa Majiwa come from, we are taking care of some people. Yeah. So you will just bring the proofs. I give you the receipts. It's okay. Yeah. So the issue of bursary, nobody has given bursary way better among the aspirants as compared to what Philip Aroko has done. But again, it's not about competition of who gives more bursary, who gives less, who has not given. The fact is, who has demonstrated that given power, you can push the matters of education to the highest level. Mheshimiwa launched VIAO, that is the Ochimbo Vocational Training College, down there in Sino. He laid the foundation stone in line with education. We have supported, away from those who are giving bursaries, we have taken care of some people directly, fully sponsored under the Aroko Foundation. When you go to health, we have done medical camps to demonstrate that given chance, we can lobby the national government, and we can lobby from private sectors to help us curb the issue of health. We need to have medicines, we need to have doctors or the right people who can take care of our sick people. The world we are in today, people get sick. But when there are no proper medicine or proper medical care, sometimes it becomes a difficult thing. So with the resources from the national government allocated to the NGCDF, it is not enough to take care of all these other sectors. We need one who can help to rally the support of various sectors so that our constituency can grow. And we need to do this when we as youths register as voters, okay? It is clear as day and night that there is no contender who is most loved than Philip Aroko. So I rally, relax. Even Mheshimiwa Majiwa is going to vote for Aroko. That is the saddest truth. So, thank you.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I'm the one who's supposed to be giving the order, not you. Sorry for that. You want to help me? It's okay. Thank you. I don't need help currently. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I just want to remind you that we're live at Triple T Media, Kenya at YouTube, and Homa Bay TV on Facebook. So you want to remind me something? Note is not help. If you have a question, I'll give you the mic. I hope it's not to me. Thank you.
It's to you. So, when you're sending the invitation, you sent it to Gen Zs, if I'm clear. So, no. Then also you said that you have to have each aspirant to send 3 people. So, no. Now it means that if an aspirant failed to send 3 people, there is no added time because he or she was supposed to send 3 people. So even him, you need to give him 1 minute for that one person. Yeah, so no, the question is, you added him because of 1 minute. Yeah, so there is nothing that you're giving somebody a favor because the time. Otherwise, because of the... Okay, you didn't, or you told him. Yeah, you told him to at the time.
Thank you so much. Talking of a sober mind, full of wisdom, and our Luo language say that pek marter nyang, emamio nyang minimum. The question was, youths, are we ready to clean our house? Ngatoka Kenny and Ngano actually the house is not dirty. No, it is dirty, and you know it is dirty. Number one, I don't feel if the youths are fully ready. We are going for a by-election. Going with what is provided in the constitution is that upon having a by-election, we don't have a registration of new electorates. We use the one that we have previously. The youths, we have 2 roles. One, if you participated, you are already having a voter's card, you have to go to the voting station with 3 things. One, your brain in a sober manner. Secondly, your voting card. And thirdly, a solution to clean the house. The second role for the youths, if you know you are not going to vote because you haven't registered as a voter, then you should be in a capacity to influence and to send a good message to that whole person who is a voter. Because in the last election, I was an IBC official in the polling station. Some people will come and in an ODM, no, to one day. So we have to help them right now by telling them it is not all about one day. It is all about this person because of this reason. So those are the 2 things as the youth we have to do for us to be ready fully. And let me just restrict myself to the question. For us to be ready to sweep the house. But as I'm going to say it, the safest room that will clean the house very well through all the corners, because you cannot clean a house that you don't understand where the corner is and where the door and the window is. The best thing is cleaning the room. Thank you.
You want to talk about the sweeping the house again? I'll cut you short for that, please. Now, about we have representatives representing different aspirants. This brings me to the question: do we really know the roles of an MP? I'll give everyone a chance to mention at least 4. So, from there we'll know what we'll discuss. So, who wants to go first?
The Constitution documents 3 main roles of a member of parliament, but that can be stretched: legislation, oversight, and representation. we need to have a leader who is going to represent our people, and one who's going to do legislation, present bills in motion in parliament, and debate to its full effect. There are many things that can be taken care of in Kasipul, because that is where we will rotate. And Mheshimiwa Philip Aroko is one person who is sober, focused, and ready to serve the constituents without favor. He is one who is very focused, and he can rally the support of everyone, including the business people across the constituency and beyond, to help our people move forward. So answering to your question, the roles of MP is one who can legislate, one who can represent or do oversight according to the constitution. Thank you.
The functions are so clear, like there's no difference. But apart from the three days, legislative functions.
I got the question well from her that each person to say at least 3. Yeah, so it means all of us. So representation, that is one of the roles in legislation and oversight. Daniel Okindo is the best person that knows how to legislate, to represent. He knows very well how to represent females, especially females, in terms of development, improving their health. So if you want to know, if you go to the dictionary and or even AIs now, to Google, what is the role of an MP? It will tell you the role of Okindo Madziwa is to legislate, represent. In fact, it should be changed to be, if you want to know this exact role, it should be the exact role. Now know the personality of Okindo Madziwa. Thank you.
Okay, I think the roles of the MP are clearly stated in the Constitution, the 3 of them, which Bill have stated. I don't want to repeat, but rather to pull a disclaimer. I think we are demoting this debate into a primary school standard debate, because, of course, we understand some of us are students, but in as much as we are students, let us make this thing, we are representing personalities. Let us not demote this debate so that it appears like just throwing tantrums instead of making up points. Let us bring the points that we have about these people. Yes, we know, like even as we know that the right candidate, we can say so and so. We don't need to repeat. If we have to repeat, why can't we at least bring a point to prove?
I'll directly answer your question. I don't wish to repeat what he has said. We should not reduce this conversation to heckling. So I think he has said that. So going directly to what you asked, I think it is stated clearly in the Constitution. I think that is Article 95, to be precise. And the roles of an MP is one, oversight, representation, and legislation. So I think that is clearly stated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Going straight to the roles of an MP, one of the roles that our former member of parliament will do best, of course, one of the roles is a political leader. You lobby for a political party, where there was a song that right now the Firimbi movement, women are singing, that party is ODM. Wherever you went, you were saying ODM, ODM. That is one of the roles of an MP. Another thing, yeah, because as a political leader, you have to lobby for your own party. Sindio? Then another thing, we have, they pass the bills and they also pass the laws. But a very touching issue or a very touching role here is the
the development of the NCDF funds. Another thing about the MPs, they also lobby they lobby for funds and support from the outside. This can only happen through the connection that they have with the other parts of the country. It is very unfortunate that this is the third or the fourth year that we have a President William Samoei Ruto. He has been working in every constituency, every county, but in Kasipul constituency, there is no single project he ever came to launch during the last regime before Mheshimiwa died. So it is high time we have somebody who can lobby for these resources. Going back to the NCDF, this is where Kasipul we have a problem. We cannot have a constituency where it's being managed by lunatics, tumbocrats, people who are full of themselves. For you to get a bursary, you must worship somebody. For you to get a bursary, first of all, by the way, I was denied the bursary because they felt my grandpa was associated to Philip Arau team by then. I couldn't get a bursary because of that. So for us in cleaning the house or as a role of an MP, we need somebody who is very sober, who is going there because of the people. Another thing is about representation. Are you going to represent those whom you've killed? Are you going to represent those whom you even don't know the words? You are going to represent Kasipul. One of the MP aspirant here posted in Facebook. Do we have even that word? I even forget the word. Yes, he introduced a new word. So you introduce a new word and you want to represent Kasipul constituency. Those are some of the leaders we don't need to give them a chance. Another thing, lastly, the most important thing is lobbying of resources. Here will help us to empower the youths. This one will help the constituency boss to empower the youth. There are funds, if you lobby, there are some constituencies where students are paying 2,000. If you have a sober person, somebody who knows what an MP should do, then we cannot be here talking about people sponsored in a Borosari. We can be talking about those in day school paying 2,000. If you have somebody who understands the system, where do you think somebody like Babueno get the funds? Is he not an MP like an MP of Kasipul? Where do you think somebody like this guy from the mountain, the MP, when alikuwa anafuata babu? Yeah, where did he get the funds to sponsor or to give the scholarship to high school students? We need somebody who is going there to help us. So as we talk, maybe you have received some token from your aspirant on your way here. I'm concluding, on your way here. But let us argue soberly. Sawa sawa. Hapa ukiuliza, if you tell me a sober thing, I can change my mind. But I'm telling you a sober thing. The only groom is studying of kingdom. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? You already spoke, so I won't give you the chance. I'm so sorry, note it down. Okay, now back to, we have aspirants and representatives. You're asking for people's votes. What makes them different from the past leaders who promised change but failed to deliver? Bill, I want to give you the mic first. I'll give. Oh, yes, you as a representative for Daniel Lokindo Majiwa, right? What makes them different from the past leaders who promised change but failed to deliver? No, I'm not giving you the mic first. I was just repeating for you the question.
Okay, thank you for the chance. To make the difference between with the past, the politics you were having in the past was a very bad politics, of which watu wakasukula wanajua kitu hiyo gingeyo kasa meka kwa chala and so long as we marach emo meyo jibende wokoko emo meyo nyaka koro lockdown masani nieri dine tialo bed maber gimotimo sa neno ko timore kendo richi kucho tenya ka kesan to ke gimotimo ne rach jo piny bende emo meyo nyaka obed gi change more e Kasipul. Hope so, I'm done.
Okay. What makes Mheshimiwa Philip Paroko outstanding? It It's because one is in a position to put smile on the faces of our mothers, our fathers, and even children at large. How do you do this? When a parent has a problem with paying school fee, Mheshimiwa Philip Aroko will come through for you through Aroko Foundation. We can increase the number from the 250 fully sponsored students even to 1,000. The more you bring the names, we pick them. We are having a program coming up for the bursary in a few, and it will be mega, more than what we did last time. So Mheshimiwa Aroko has taken care of education and is going to do more. What he needs is the platform to push this agenda. Is one who is going to ensure that insecurity will never thrive again in this constituency. Because we had leaders who did not even sit down with the security sector. It is very sad that up to now we're still losing lives in this constituency. We want someone who can sit down with the president and say that we have a problem, help us fix it. We have a challenge, help us solve it. And that is Philip Aroko. He's an outgoer, he's a go-getter. One of our members said that we need a leader who is naive. We don't need a leader who is naive. We need a leader who is aggressive and member of parliament. Whenever you walk out there in the streets or whichever city across the country, when you are asked where,
Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll respond this way. What makes the difference is one, generally the approach, and that is one. I think what maybe I would wish that we argued was what each and every candidate was presenting in their manifesto. So I would want to say that generally the approach and how we're going to solve the and the challenges that Kasipul is facing, we need a clear roadmap, right? We need practical solutions. So that is what we are offering. And I'll appreciate when we'll be able to table our manifestos, then we'll be able to demonstrate clearly how we're going to, how we are offering practical solutions to these challenges.
Okay. What is unique about Edie? Mheshimiwa Edie Joseph, I think I've known him for half of my lifetime on earth. And I've known him as someone quite passionate, quite focused, not easily distracted, and with a background in resource management, which he has done, and the fact that currently he's being able to invest so much in AI and trying to get practical real-time solutions, which are a little bit quicker and faster. Theoretically, documents from his current researches that he has done with the tools, the AI tools that is currently developed, that whatever Kasipul is suffering for is not lack of resources. Because in the first place, why should you apply for bursary and yet you are a bona fide constituent of Kasipul? That one, there is no need. We have database. There are people that we know, their students are known, where they come from, the support that they need. And I think if we go towards that direction, we can really be able to push Kasipul to, I think, a national limelight. Because currently, Kasipul is known for all the bad results. I was somewhere and I didn't really like, when I introduced myself, I come from Kasipul, what I was told. And those are the narratives that I think even really pushed his mind to venture into this agenda. He's not doing it because he wants fame. He's not doing it because he's protecting any wealth. He's not doing it to protect any name or anything, but doing it out of passion because of the problems that he has seen already on the ground.
Thank you so much. What makes Majiwa unique from other aspirants is very simple. One is God-fearing. That the only person whom I can say is another God-fearing person is Newton Okada, to be honest with you. Number two,
Mheshimiwa Daniel Okindo Madio, like my friend has said, he has been long enough in this politics that he understands it. But all this time amekuwa hapa, waliheshimiana sana with the former area MP. Walikuwa wanashindana, anashindwa, he relax. At some point anaenda kuichukua, ana relax. But I never had a situation where his team and the other team wamegongana kabingiguo to an extent of killing somebody. So another thing, Mheshimiwa Daniel Okindo Majiwa has been here. He has been with our people. Ikasaidia hata sio wakati wa politics peke yake. He has been there hata hiyo time ya corona. He was there and he still is very different from somebody who came yesterday and wants to take over Kasipul. Why the sudden love? Why do you, like even a lady, you cannot go and seduce a lady on day one and you expect a yes, then you go up, unaenda kwa nyumba kushangilia. No, you have to keep on pressing. Unaagua down, you keep on pressing. The last thing that makes him unique is that he is not here to compete anybody. He is here to bring change for Kasipul. And the only thing he's saying through his slogan, Kue, Herako Dongo, is very simple. We have to kill a youth. We have to use a youth to carry a panga to go and kill another youth. Then it's very simple. We will just leave it because he has something giving and supporting the community. So this is one thing that makes him unique. All these others. Thank you.
Okay, talking about Newton, I'm going to say that what makes him different from other aspirants, from the last, not the last, from the last aspirants is that he has continuously showed up for his constituents, even without the seat being vacant. He has done whatever he was supposed to do without fail, and he has continued showing up for the people of his constituents, times without number. And again, he has empowered the people in his community by registering them to, I think, CBOs. And again, Newton doesn't believe in giving handouts. Instead, he empowers the community by creating opportunities. Let me pass it.
Okay, thank you for this time again. And put up with the Samoro Kudwani Jowagi winju. Mokwongo, awinjo kuwacho ni aspirants mung'e Nyasaye gin mana ariyo. Ada penji, in sama Robert Ouko dhi nindo, in kod iwinjo kokolem, iwinje kanisa Nyasaye ok ochuno nyaka idhi ire kanisa. Nyasaye nyalo wuogo kata in ibet kani. Samoro onding'i moro maki matek ichel, iseluongo nying Nyasaye odhi okonyi. Wawe uketo gik moko mag miriambo, kaso quotes moko ma wawacho ni kia aspirant na ogolo omiyo ji 3,000 basari. Next time luongo interview machal kama, wadwa nunyisowa chon, wabiro gi receipts, wabiro gi evidence, wawe uriambo. An kaka ng'at Robert Ouko, adwa wacho adier. Robert Ouko ok en in a position mar chiwo ne nyithindo 3,000 basari. But okawo nyithindo ma in fact ka in gi nyathini moro e dhot ma aspirant ni no tamore tero ni school, manywa wadhi kawo ni nyathino mwaterni kata mawego ka mine ka somo, to koko somo to bi dalawa iket nyathino no dak dalawa nyaka chieng' moro obi gi certificate mar college. Mar ariyo, Honorable Robert Ouko, anta wacho mana adier, empowerment ka wan ok wariamb ni wanyiewo ne ji ndege. Wan youths muneno kagi ma moko tiyo gi aspirants to kudwa konyo kosetieko tichgi. Wakawogi to wadhi wakawo negi apiko mag loan kacha ka. To wachulo ne mana gi deposit. Wanyiso ni omera gudwegi ikipigi ne chul iyud pesa ni moro, kik ibed jakuo, kik idhi bed gi team moro marach moro madhi ori nidhi ne ng'ato. Wawe uriambo ng'ane. Ang'eni ka kowuok ta josiasa wake ang'eni dhi miu gimoro. To we uriambo mondo koro udhi yud gimoro maduong'. Wawachura wacha adier. Kasipul adier, Kasipul dung remo, wawe uriambo. Kasipul dung remo makata unung'eyo. We umo gik moko ma ok nyalre, we uwuondoru. Wawachura wacha adier, ok dhi maku, usebiro, transport noseor, udhi dok ma safe, we uriambo jodalawa.
Okay,
wawach kama Mheshimiwa Robert huko okobiro mondo mi okel lweny e Kasipul. Obiro mondo mi kwe mondo mi kwe obedie. To being ni odwaro kom mar Kasipul. Ok nyis ni ok ong'eyo Nyasaye ka jomoko wacho. Kendo wakonu ni majiwa to osedwaro kom mang'eny kendo kabisa. Masani kae ber. Nong'e development mondo timo yuego. Ong'e development mondo timo do yuego. Owene joma pok oringo piny ka mondo nade bende oringo oyudo kom mar Kasipul. Kech gino oseyudo chon. Ndalo manoweno nosebaye. So now we have to come with a new politics. Masa moro politics masa moro donje iye mar kwe. But kuru kwe modwaro ni ema Robert kwendo nade dhi kelo kod dongruok makende momiyo jogo e Kasipul. Kwa yeuru mondo kwe ma Kasipul nade bedo ko dhi kelo pogruok moro ma imaji basari cha an no ma basari with the working the MP sani. No gol nyinge basari. I'm a student, asomo secret technical kacha. No gol basari nyinga. Kalor mar wacho mano. Koro mago te kano ang'iyero. Okolor mar wacho mago. Mago te ko ang'iyo. Those are bad politics. Mang'iyo ni ng'ane ka support ng'ane. By that time mo make a basari no na support ng'ato. Tiwe ng'ane support ng'ane support ng'ane. Koro ok miya ng'owa. Ok miyi basari. Then why would then the tell then what would come what you need to why would life threatening Robert who cook between life marry oh life threatening can you life mar ngato yisu ni invent ngani oken safe kama entiere uro bedu okelu ko Kasipul mar Robert who could kero Kasipul kairi eru kama
We will give you bursary, don't worry. If you didn't get, you can give me your details after this. Aroko Foundation will take care of that. Don't worry, bro. Yeah.
Okay, first, let me say this. How do we know that someone is God-fearing, and how also does paying bursaries to students also qualify someone to vie for the MP seat? Think about those. Okay.
Apparently, we will think about that. With that question, first, I think about that. Allow me, to my brother here, thank me. If you are in need of handouts, I have them. I have the proofs out of the 68 students from Tongo University, near under the Katesi Mar, Right Honorable Daniel Kindo Majiwa. Kupo Gorege Mano, second on that Ntiredunge. Maseno, there you are, right? Exactly. Besides that, Kualando Watchmar Mheshimiwa Daniel Kindo Majiwa. We support him, right? The reason why we are behind him is one thing. Remember, as in Kasipul Osebedoka Tugum Peramoro, there's this slogan, Manu Ntirega, in 2017. We are in a field. And where there's a player, there must be a reserve, right? And where there's a reserve, there must be coaches. Whereby coaches may be referred as Kakajoping. And the reserve, play, Matugo Toka play, Osetugo. By the time Right Honorable Sir Charles, the late Sir Charles Okindo, Sir Charles was in area MP, right? No Dobed MP Okwadagi. He was an MP, but King Yo, Samane Ntiri and you don't when Manegore. The reason as why Mheshimiwa Okindo Majiwa, no lure, and Gimora Diachel. Gimora Chelma, Katempo Podu Nyakasa, Niko Gikne, Nyakaremo Chuir. Mondomio Bede Com no toko di bedo. Toko Gik no tere kod kue. Hera kod dongruok. Tomano timrok nade, o de nambario ne mano. Onge tiende water ng'at mose dakawei. Kodu biro sani. Kose buodhore sani, koko wuok no wuok gi foundation, wuok gi kiango. Magi ema kelo loso buche moko mani oko mar constituency mar Kasipul. Magi ema chak kelo gine moko miyudo ka ng'ato sako sieko ka gi words moko ma ebuk sieko gi words ma ebuk create KM. Winja maler. Koro I'm winding up. Koro sama mago biro kanyo no eko. Watemo ach ni ber tero ng'amonge sit jo Kasipul as a whole mong'eyo ber kod chandruok ma jo Kasipul kadhie. Mamano biro under the courtesy mar Right Honorable Kindo Majiwa.
If you're repeating something, I want to give you the mic. Okay.
You asked that let us lobby for why the people for Kasipul can support, not to protect. And there is a sin, that's why you're trying to protect somebody. We are not supposed to go there. We are here to lobby for the support, why the Kasipul people support Okindo. One is because if there is education in a constituency, it means everybody knows what is he or she is supposed to do and where they supposed to do that thing. When we have that mindset that I need to take my students to school, it means that even my future of that constituency is somewhere. When there is a better health system that is supported by Ukindo and who has brought those better health system, then even the constituency member will be proud. The constituency members will be proud of them. Like now, I am proud of Babu Owino, but he's not my MP because he's doing something good. The people of Embakasi East are proud of him because what he has done. That is what Okindo is lobbying for. What is he advocating for? Not to give handouts or not to protect anybody, not to protect any form of a thing. Health system, better roads, good insecurity, good governance, zero insecurity, unlike others. Thank you.
Okay, we've heard how unique you are. There's a question. Please, I'll cut because everybody has a question. I'm seeing like 1, 2, 3, 4 hands for questions. So I'll just let you guys know the question. You can type it somewhere and share when we answer. Someone who feels like answering will answer. So we've heard about the uniqueness and about your aspirants, and mostly I find that they share the uniqueness. Now that's where the problem is. They're not unique. So my question is, we know the roles of an MP. I just want to know how these upcoming MPs are going to, the systems they're going to use in place to make leadership transparent and participatory, especially for the youths. Because the debate here was all about youth. How are they going to make it transparent? How are they going to make it participatory to everyone? Because every now and then the politicians or the MPs, right now we are measuring mostly on the MP seat, which is vacant. They come, tell us they would work on the development, the infrastructure, legislation, representation, advocacy, but they don't put a system showing the transparency on which they're using that one, or they don't involve youth to do the participatory issues of advocacy. How is your aspirant going to put that system into place? Okay.
Now, I think we had made it clear at first that I'm representing the voters. So before we come to a conclusion of the past or the initial topic that was going on, every aspirant or representative was given an opportunity to speak. As a representative of the voters, I also have to have an opportunity to talk. One, so let me just take you back a little and then you pick it up from there. Now, I had a representative of an aspirant talking about his aspirant is not a competitor to anyone. You are in competition and that is why you are here. All these are representatives of aspirants. They are here to showcase whatever their aspirants can do to Kasipulian so that they can be voted in. And that is one, that is competition. Two, seducing. We can have somebody who wants to be an MP today. We've never heard of him. But again, he can seduce us or she can seduce us and win our hearts. And we give him or her our votes. So a matter of, as somebody has been away or has not been in the ground for what, tell us what your aspirant is capable of, or the change that the aspirant is capable of bringing into Kasipul so that we give him or her the vote. Lastly, I've heard all of you talk about every other thing that is uniform to all of you. I'm not getting the part of security. Security is the bond of contention in Kasipul. Let us not shy away from this kindly. As we proceed, security
Now, on the youth perspective, we have so many youths who are talented in various sectors. And Mheshimiwa Philip Paroko, answering to the question one, we plan to build a talent hub. Mheshimiwa Philip Paroko wants to build a talent hub, and we are going to have even the soccer academy for our youth, because mostly sports, youths take care of that. Those doing content and these other things, we have to fully bring youths on board. He has demonstrated, because the Aroko Foundation, from the top leadership, Mheshimiwa Philip Paroko left it for the youths in the constituency. And it is the youths who can verify and validate those who give requests, whether it comes to kujenga nyumba, kupeana bursary, and every other support that the foundation would give. So first, we must have a talent hub for the youths. And that one, I think it will even be the first in the entire county out of the 8 sub-counties. And that will be a milestone when we make youths, when we engage the youths and make them busy. We will reduce insecurity, because most of the insecurity is breeded by the virtue. Yeah, but I'm very specific to yours as to how youths will be taken care of. I think that was your question. The system? Or the system we will use to bring transparency in everything that is doing. First, we are cracking away the systems. You know, these systems, they are form of bureaucracies. So there is direct, I'm answering to you, there is direct link between Mheshimiwa Philip Paroko and the constituents. Mheshimiwa Paroko does not need conduits or the system to galvanize issues and so forth. It talks to the constituents directly on barasas, physically. We have meetings, like there is office there, engaging the constituents directly. That is not system, that is your wording. This is a direct engagement. We are trying to do away with these bureaucracies of systems, okay? Mheshimiwa Paroko is someone who cannot be coerced or cannot be put into a circle of bureaucracies. Let's do this, or this is the system we use. No, he engages the constituents directly, either through phone call or physically. Physically can happen in these barazas, in churches. When my friends here talk of, oh, Nani loves God and so forth, there is nobody who loves God than Aroko of these aspirants, because Aroko has built churches, more than 38. He has participated in building churches, the fund drives in these churches. The aspirants here, they don't even talk about church. They only say they go and pray and these are the stories. We need one who can demonstrate. It is not time for stories. We need actions. And one person who is outstanding about what he does is Mheshimiwa Philip Paroko. So I want to beseech all my members here to join Good Life. Good Life is a boat that is not sinking anytime soon. And this is, I hope everyone needs Good Life. If you want Good Life, their brand ambassador of Good Life is Honorable Philip Paroko. And what is Good Life? Good education, proper security, good infrastructure, good health system, and that is Good Life. Thank you.
Okay, I want to know how they bring the transparency between, in that issues of good education, good security, infrastructure, health, and everything. I want to know how the transparency is going to be in between the constituents and the national government and plus the MPs.
Thank you so much. First of all, for you to have a solution of a problem, you must first get the root of the problem. Oh, thank you. You must have the roots to the problem. One, if you involve the constituents, yeah, the voters directly, you get their suggestion, then it's very easy to solve the problem.
When I represented you as Mheshimiwa Idi, these are the findings, these are the things I talked about. So you can call him a leader, you can call him boss, Mheshimiwa, whichever the name. So it is the right English, okay? Don't panic about that. The most important thing that the person who I refer to as my boss, in about 3-4 months will be your member of parliament. So you can as well call him your boss. Yeah, I'm here to enlighten. Okay, the question as to why I'm here. I'm here because one, the discussion of today was about the welfare of our people. Okay.
You asked on the system. Abraham Lincoln always say, democracy is power for the people, by the people, and for the people of Kasipul. Let me say that. So Okindo will use the system of Abraham Lincoln that has been there for years, that has helped us so that we can come and stand here to talk about the politics of Kasipul, because there was a democracy somewhere. With this democracy, with this power being given to youths, being given to elders, being given to kids, they will have the power to go to school. They will have the power to walk past 9 p.m. They will have the power to go to hospital and being questioned, where is your share? Here it is. So the system that he will use is that one of just following democracy. And of course, when you follow democracy, God will provide a good life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and because of time, we have to end here. It's not about our negligence, we started late, but it was a 3-hour session. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so thank you everyone for your voices and your vision. And let us remember, power is not a reward, it's a responsibility, and let's hold each other accountable. And above all, let's build
Qu'est-ce qui vous fait aimer le trail? C'est de transpirer sur des chemins escarpés puis faire une pause bien méritée en contemplant la beauté des éléments? Par contre, là, faut y retourner, hein. Ça fait 1 heure que vous le contemplez. Chez Decathlon, on parie que vous allez adorer le confort de ces chaussures. Cette semaine, les chaussures de trail running Salomon Supera hommes et femmes sont à 69,99 € au lieu de 99,99 €, soit 30% de réduction. Decathlon, élu marque préférée des Français dans la catégorie enseigne de sport.
One wrong move and your entire channel could be demonetized, deleted, or you could even get sued.
I had a client who got 3 strikes and he lost his channel. He doesn't even really want his channel back. He just wants his videos back because his best friend was in his videos and his best friend died. You can use 2 seconds of someone's video and they will just put a strike on you. Fair use is not a real thing. It is an absolute rule that if you own the IP, you can put a strike on anyone. You might delete that violating video, but the strike doesn't go away.
So it's true. A lot of creators have been getting copyright strikes on YouTube lately. So what's going on? Well, today we're going to be talking with Tyler Chow, the creator's attorney, a former Hollywood insider who spent 15 years at Disney and major law firms before walking away to exclusively represent creators. And she has some inside information as it pertains to this issue. You know, one wrong move and your entire channel could be demonetized, deleted, or you could even get sued. So Tyler's here to break down why copyright and community strikes are actually exploding right now and what you must know to stay safe. Tyler, first of all, could you define what is a copyright strike versus a community strike?
Hi, Sean. Thanks for having me. So yes, I have, in my everyday work, just seen an explosion of creators coming to me panicked and frantic because they have these strikes and they're worried about losing their channels. So a copyright strike is someone is saying that your video contains some IP that belongs to them. So that could be a B-roll, right? You clip someone's video, and even if it's 2 seconds or 1 second, that IP holder can put a strike on you. It could be music, right? This is why I always tell creators you have to use licensed music. I really like Epidemic Sound. Use licensed content, use content that you have permission for or that you've paid for, right? Both on video and music. That's a copyright strike. A community strike, this is the part that's a lot more ambiguous and harder to determine because sometimes YouTube will say you have violated our community guidelines, but they won't actually tell you what they are. They just say community guidelines. So it could be, you're giving, false information like fake medical advice or any type of fake advice, or they think it's some type of scam, or you're talking about things. Sometimes it's political. They don't, YouTube typically doesn't like a lot of political, commentary, but they change their policies here and there, but it could be so many different things and YouTube doesn't tell you what it is.
Yeah, and on a copyright strike, if you get 3 copyright strikes, you get permanent channel termination, and it is a legal matter, meaning lawsuits or damages are possible. And in a community strike, 3 community strikes in 90 days, channel termination. And this is about platform safety rules, not copyright law. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and before you get into kind of what you're seeing, maybe your prediction of why this is happening, and then even thoughts about what creators could do about it, the reason creators are fearing these is because they're getting video takedowns, there's a risk of lawsuits and legal fees, loss of monetization rights or limited channel features, temporary upload bans, loss of streaming rights or monetization even after one strike, even reputational damage with audience or sponsors. So these are a big deal. So you can see why creators are definitely nervous about this. So what is it that you're seeing happening, and why do you think there's been a rise?
I haven't gotten confirmation, but I do have some feelers out, but I think YouTube has just changed their policy. The sheer volume of complaints that YouTube gets.
Leclerc, bonjour. Salut, chez vous la rentrée ça commence en juillet.
Oui, pourquoi?
Ma mère elle m'a acheté un sac ISPAC trop stylé pour les cours, mais bientôt va falloir que je fasse des maths en plein été.
Ta maman a fait un bon calcul, car jusqu'au 26 juillet, pour l'achat d'un sac à dos ISPAC padide noir, gris ou anthracite à 31,50 €, recevez 17,50 € de tickets Leclerc. Tout ce qui compte pour vous existe à prix Leclerc. Modalité et magasins participants sur www.e.leclerc. Offre également disponible en click and collect pour les magasins participants.
Realize that we have billions of users on YouTube every month, right? And so a lot of people are putting complaints of copyright infringement. And what happened in the past was YouTube would personally handle every single one of those complaints. And now they simply can't, right? There's just too many of them. So what they're doing is they've created this new system where the IP holder can just go put a strike and then it's automatic. And then the IP violator will have to basically, figure it out with the IP holder. So YouTube has said, there you go. I'm gonna put you guys in this corner and you go figure out what you wanna do. I have had clients come to me and say, so I use B-roll from this biology channel. Everybody does it. We take clips of their animal in the wild. And this person put 3 strikes on me. What do I do? I'm so scared I'm gonna lose my channel. Because 3 strikes is not automatic. Sometimes they sit there and then YouTube determines what they want to do. Sometimes it's automatic, sometimes it's not. So I told this client, I said, well, let's go to the other side, this biology channel, and ask them what can we do to make this right? Because a lot of my work, and I say this to my junior attorneys, it's not about the law. It is about the law, but sometimes it's about human behavior and how do you make something right? How do you say to the person, I'm sorry, I did this wrong thing to you. How do I make it right? So we went to them and said, we're very sorry. We understand, that we used your IP without your permission. What can we do? And they said, pay me and give me credit. And so we did. And we paid him, I think, $500 for those 3 clips, and he took the strikes off. Now, I've had clients who have come to me having used music from the game developers or music publishers, and the game developers are just fed up. I mean, it's just been years and years of violations. Like Square Enix or Nintendo, they just don't play. They will put a strike and it will stay there. I had a client who got 3 strikes, and we actually have been trying to get them, Square Enix, to engage with us, and they just won't. And he lost his channel. It's actually a really sad story because he doesn't even really want his channel back. He just wants his videos back because apparently his best friend was in his videos with him, and his best friend died, and he didn't have a second copy of these videos, which that's a big problem. All creators should have their raw footage saved somewhere else. And that's what we're trying to get back from him. And these game developers are just done. They're like, we're not going to remove these strikes. If you're going to steal our content, basically, we're just going to put strikes automatically.
And that's very nerve-wracking because a lot of game developers are fine with people streaming using the footage and the music because it's perpetuating the message of the game. That's interesting to hear. I know Nintendo has notoriously been just not pumped about that, and I didn't know about Square Enix. So, okay, so what can people do? I know on a broad level, if you upload talking head videos by yourself in your room, no music, nothing else, just your own likeness and your own IP, then you're not going to run into really copyright strikes because it's all your own stuff. And then if you're family friendly, essentially, you're not going to run into community strikes. But YouTube is not that simple for a lot of creators. There's so much diversity. In some cases, their content's maybe more mature. In some cases, they might be, I know, firearms content, which is controversial or divisive in a lot of ways, and even on YouTube, the way it's treated, but it's also very practical here in America, Second Amendment type of community that people want to talk about. And then if you get into cannabis or these other things, there's a lot of things with community strikes. So moving forward, what would be the next steps for creators listening to this to be thoughtful and practical tips in light of this kind of like rise in these strikes happening?
Well, I think creators are not going to hear this, but I think you should review the terms of service. You should review the community guidelines that YouTube puts out and just kind of broadly understand what is it that YouTube does not like you to talk about, right? I know that there are channels who sometimes say, oh, I can get you access to, you know, these jobs. You don't need any experience. You don't need education. You can just make money at home, you know, like in like data entry almost, right? Those types of jobs. I've heard of these channels getting strikes and saying that these are scams, right? They're not like real jobs. So anything that invites people to potentially pay, well, don't do that, right? Like don't make people pay you to give that information, because that exchange of money will definitely flag something for YouTube. But I've also heard of channels that are just doing that freely because they want to help people, you know, have work from home jobs. I've heard of strikes, community strikes happening there.
Can you double down on that? Because it's interesting what you're saying, but some people might be, wait a minute, I can't sell my product or service on YouTube because it'll be an exchange of money, versus what you're just describing in terms of like being paid directly. What would be the difference if a freelancer just wants to be hired themselves, or if they're saying it's maybe a make money opportunity and it can be viewed as a scam? Can you clarify?
Carrefour. Quand vous me dites ponctualité, rapidité, tout y était, même le sourire. Les vacances commencent bien. Et oui, nous chez Carrefour, avec la garantie ponctualité, on s'engage à vous remettre votre commande dans le créneau horaire de votre choix. Et si vous constatez un retard de plus de 15 minutes, profitez d'un bon d'achat de 5 € sur votre prochaine commande en drive ou livraison à domicile. Alors commandez sur l'appli Carrefour ou sur carrefour.fr. Recommandé par vous, garanti par nous. Carrefour, on a tous droit au meilleur. Modalité complète sur carrefour.fr.
I think if there's language in there that just sounds too good to be true, like, oh yeah, you can make $50 an hour at home. You know, you don't need any experience. You don't need any education. Like, YouTube has, you know, their content ID system, and they will put in certain code or certain keywords that they will flag that they will deem that to be a scam, even if it's not, right? I think it's very different when you're selling a product. Like, if you're a creator and you're selling, I don't know, a template or a community, that's not a scam, right? But you have to just be careful with your language, that you're not like overselling it or making it the too good to be true, I think, is a good threshold. Like, if it sounds too good to be true, like, oh, like, I will give you this free template and you'll make $10,000 this month. What's the catch, right? Like if somebody's thinking what's the catch, then that will most likely flag it in the YouTube, you know, content ID or their codes that they put in.
That makes sense. And if it's a guarantee of income, like you can make $50 an hour from home with no experience. I hope this video doesn't get flagged. We're just using that as an example. And right. So, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So you're breaking down tips, read the terms of service. And here's an interesting thought as well. You could use any AI, but Gemini is owned by Google, and Google owns YouTube, and is a good place to prompt, hey, could you explain the terms of service and YouTube's community guidelines, and point me to them. But even more so, you could say, this is my channel, this is the content I use, this is, and you could, you know, I love verbally prompting AI. And talk to AI about it. It could be an interesting way. I do a lot of summary of sometimes huge pages of information, and I'm like, my question's like, what are the red flags, or what are the red flags for me that would be applicable to my channel, my niche, and things I could consider. And so consider using AI to review the terms of service, YouTube's community guidelines, Like you said, most creators don't want to do it, but if you're going to treat this as a professional creator, that's why videos like this, video podcasts like this are critical. So that's a great tip. Be careful with your language. Any other tips to stay safe?
I mean, Sean, I actually love that. I'll just take it a little further, right? You know what you could do is ask Gemini, I don't know if you have to feed it in there, but say, here are YouTube's community guidelines. Here you learn this. And then here's my script for this video, right? Is there anything here that you think might flag YouTube's, now it's not a guarantee, right? But it's better than not doing it. And it could say, well, you might want to consider rewording this, or this might be a potential issue for you. So I really like that suggestion. I think that's really smart. I think creators can do that instead of manually reading, the 10, 20 pages of this and then trying to figure out if they're going to get in trouble. So I really like that. What are other things that you can do? I mean, if you're giving advice, right? If you're giving medical advice or legal advice or financial advice, making sure to say, this is my own opinion, this is for educational purposes only, this is not formal advice. Please talk to your own doctor, for personalized care, like things like that. I do a lot of that for a lot of doctors or lawyers who want to start their channels. They ask me to write a disclaimer for them, to potential releases for guests that they have come on, because you just want to have that language in there that protects you, that makes YouTube realize that you're thinking about this and that you're not being thoughtless or careless, in how you approach your videos. I think that's very important. But we could also do everything perfectly and you might still get a strike. And so I think what to do is, the moment you get a strike, you have to try to act on it immediately. Because what you don't want is for that second strike to happen and then, the worst would be for the third strike to happen, because each strike stays on your channel for 90 days. And what people don't realize, that creators don't know, is you might delete that violating video, but the strike doesn't go away. I think maybe a long time ago it did. And so people have this fallacy, oh, well, I'll just delete the video and then it'll be fine. No, the strike actually doesn't go away until, if it's a copyright strike, then the copyright holder has to remove it. Or if it's a community strike, then YouTube has to remove it.
But one of the things you're also saying is that these are appealable. You can appeal these.
Yes, but can I share a story with you? It's going to blow your mind. So I had a client come to me with a community strike. She had 2 on her channel, and we did all of our research. We actually drafted the appeals language for her. And I care very deeply about my clients. So I said to her, I want to do this with you. So we're gonna Zoom live. You're gonna share your screen, and I want to see you do it. Because she said the first time she did it, the system glitched on her and she couldn't put the language in. And so I was like, okay, this one I'm gonna do it with you. So she pulls up the appeals, page, and there's a little empty box, right? You're supposed to write in there. So we go click on start the appeal. And she said, I'm just going to type it in. I don't even want to cut and paste because I'm worried it'll do something weird. So she clicks the button and then it went away, Sean. It said, thank you so much for submitting your appeal. We'll be in touch soon. We didn't even get a chance to put in anything. And then, do you want to hear what happened an hour later?
Please.
YouTube says your strike has been removed. And we're like, what are you talking about? And so now we just don't know, right? It's so arbitrary. The first one, this happened to her, it didn't get removed. So now I'm writing an official letter to YouTube to try to get that first strike removed. But I'm actually going to talk to some of the executives at YouTube and ask them, I have the video, right? I recorded the whole thing. Why is this happening? You won't even allow a person to put the appeal in. There's a problem here. There's a glitch here. But this is also sort of terrifying, right? Now, it's terrifying and maybe good, right? Because the strike got removed, but you have no rhyme or reason, right? What terrifies humans the most is not knowing, right? We don't know what caused the strike, and we don't know how to appeal the strike or how to remove it. So why did that happen with the second strike, but not with the first, right? Because if both of them got removed, that would be great. But it's the second one that got removed. So it's very weird. This client, and there was something weird too. They do lives every day, but the lives, what they say in the lives actually don't get any strikes put on them, but it's when they upload the video. And I think it's because, when we upload our videos, YouTube has more time to actually read it, right? They read and they check the content, that's why I'm saying they're checking, right? Remember they all like checks for a while. I think they're checking for keywords and potential violations in that upload. But for the lives, this is not official advice, but like from what I'm seeing, it seems like the lives are a little less stringent, the content ID there. I don't know. That's what it seems like.
It does make sense because whenever you upload, there's multiple pages now where you're also self-scoring your content, basically. You're self-saying it does not include these things or leaving a human element there. And you don't do any of that for live. You just go live. So that is a hot take. So there's been some great tips, and I want to recommend that there might be some additional questions you have. There is a series now that we've been doing with Tyler, and we'll link to the playlist in the description in the show notes of the video podcast, because you might want to go deeper on some of these things. But there's also just a few tips that I wrote down here to consider. And Tyler, you might give us a final note on some of these of how to stay safe on YouTube with copyright and community protection. Community strike protection. So use your own content when possible or license the content. That'll keep you safe, or check for commercial rights and attribution rules. Of course, you can create such channels. I watch show recaps, ending explained of movies and TV shows. And in this case, people are using photos and video clips of these shows. And a lot of times they are okay because they understand fair use, but they don't rely on it blindly. Fair use is legally defensible, but it's not a shield, right? So
I want to talk about fair use, John, if we can. I think it's the biggest misconception that creators have. Okay, so fair use is not a real thing.
If you're ready to get serious about starting and growing a successful YouTube channel, then you're going to love vrapodcast.com. For a limited time, we have a special sale happening on our YouTube course and coaching membership that includes the online course, the 80-page workbook, and access to the private community. Inside of this program, you have everything you need for starting a successful YouTube channel all in one place. You get access to checklists and resources that will save you time, reduce stress, and help you reach your YouTube goals faster. But also, the most powerful part is the community. It's not just other creators and entrepreneurs that are ambitious and reaching for their goals, but it's also the Think Media faculty that's in your corner, answering your questions and helping you stay motivated on your journey to YouTube success. And for a limited time, we are running a big sale at vrapodcast.com. So if you want to check it out, just click the link in the show notes or go to vrapodcast.com. All right, let's get back into the episode.
I mean, it is a real thing, but it's a real thing in court, right? So if you get sued for infringing on someone's copyright and you go to court, you say, judge or jury, my usage of this content falls under fair use because of these 4-prong tests, right? One is it transformed? The second is, is there a market value, meaning like, are you making money from it, right? And then you've heard if it's a commentary, if it's a critique, these different things. And a lot of times, I mean, you don't have to hit all 4, or like, it's not like if you fail one, it's a balance test, right? They will say, well, if it's completely transformed, then maybe it's fine. But what creators misunderstand is they think, well, I can just go use this clip and then just put fair use on screen, and then I'm protected like a bulletproof vest, right? And that's not true at all. And especially based on what we were saying, YouTube now allows.
Sur Booking.com, c'est facile de réserver une location de vacances grâce à l'annulation flexible et gratuite.
J'ai réservé un gîte. Paul et Hugo viennent aussi.
Avec Booking.com, vous pouvez annuler gratuitement.
Ah, ouf.
Passez du mode maison au mode vacances sans prise de tête.
J'ai réservé plus grand.
Sur Booking.com, trouvez une maison de vacances en un instant. Booking.com, Booking.yeah. Vérifiez les conditions d'annulation du logement avant de réserver.
The copyright holder to just put a strike. You can use 2 seconds of someone's video and they will just put a strike on you. And you can't say to that person, but it's fair use. Like that's not a real thing, right? It is an absolute rule that if you own the IP, you can put a strike on anyone. And this is what people don't understand because they see the show recaps or the movie critiques. And let me explain to you sort of what is happening there. I worked at Disney, for several years, and this was the policy at Disney at least 10 years ago. I don't know what the policy is now, but Disney does not actively go after violators who use their content in a neutral or positive way. Now, if you use somebody's content in a negative way, then they will come after you. But for the film studios and the TV networks, showing a small clip of their film or TV is actually like good marketing for them because it will remind someone, oh, no, I want to go watch that movie now. It's when you show the whole movie or the majority of the show, they don't like that because then you're taking away their market share, right? Or someone signing up to watch their show on their streaming platform. So, but that's not every studio, right? Like some studios are not okay with it. Like I did a deep fake video last year, and I put a bunch of clips of movies. Do you know that Tom Cruise guy? That guy that looks like Tom Cruise. He does like all those deep fakes. I actually used some of his videos, and when I was uploading it, YouTube flagged it and said you can't use this content because it was like slightly over 5 seconds. And like I think creators know how to play the system a little bit. If it's like 2 to 3 seconds, it tends to be okay. But when it goes to five or more seconds, it flags it for them. So you just have to be careful. If you're not using licensed content, you don't have permission, you can get that strike. And you can't fight it by saying, but this is fair use, because that's not a real thing. A fair use is a defense in litigation. And I think most creators don't understand that. They think, well, I used, it was a parody, right? But you're still making money from it. Most YouTubers, their channels are monetized, so your videos are monetized. And so that's a hard argument to say, well, I'm just using this. And so I think it's a fallacy that most creators have to just realize. You can't use fair use as a shield, basically.
And such an important distinction. And again, some creators might be listening to this like, am I vulnerable when I just use all my own footage? Well, no, you wouldn't be, but there is a huge industry with the opportunity to do commentary, criticism, and parody. And so you do want to know this information. And there's going to be a level of risk, to your point, Tyler, as soon as you use somebody else's content. But these recap tips, and you may have a few other thoughts here. 1, only use content you own or license. 2, understand fair use, but don't rely on it blindly. 3, use YouTube's copyright tools, or make sure you're using royalty-free music. So YouTube does have a free audio library for free musics and sounds. We love Epidemic Sound. I'll link to that in the show notes. If you want better music that's gonna keep your channel safe for sound effects and music, it's what we use here at Think Media for great music. And you can use YouTube's content ID match to monitor if your videos are flagged. The thing about uploading a video in advance is before you make it public, there might be an issue that you can then correct before you make it public. Of course, it's frustrating that sometimes it doesn't see it, the video goes live, and then maybe it happens later. You're like, oh, the video's been out and now it's been flagged, or to your point, if it's somebody else that's flagging it. But definitely use YouTube's copyright tools. Stay updated on community guidelines. Number 4, we talked about that. Avoid sensitive topics or handle them carefully. And we do have a couple episodes coming up, so subscribe to the Think Media podcast for more on some of this stuff. Don't spam with misleading titles, thumbnails, or tags. 7, appeal smartly, not emotionally. Appeal to if you get flagged. One of the things that we had my friend Ruslan on the podcast, he did a lot of commentary on the Joe Rogan show, and he did it very transformative. He was just doing clips. He was commentating, and he got multiple strikes all at once. And he did appeal them, and the whole thing turned around. And actually, it turned out that it was like a third party, not even Joe Rogan himself. And Joe Rogan didn't care. He even knew somebody over there. And there were some other times where he will react to a lot of public media, and he just does his appeal very professionally. And I do think AI can help you with that. And then, of course, if people want to go to a deeper level, they can hire somebody like you to think about structuring the appeal using Gemini, using ChatGPT, using facts and not frustration, typing in emotional stuff to the appeal, not really going to help you, but solid evidence that it's your stuff or fair use arguments. And I think sometimes too, I think, YouTube is not doing all human monitoring. There's no way. The scale of YouTube is so crazy.
Right.
So I would imagine if you submitted an appeal that had strong legal language because you beefed it up with AI with fair use arguments,
Right.
that might let the AI, review process, I'm assuming they have, trigger it without a human revealing it. Any thoughts on some of these points, Tyler?
I think yes. I've certainly sent emails that, or my clients have that said, under the advice of my attorney, this is where we believe we stand with our appeal. I have seen those be a little more effective than when people do it themselves. I think you're totally right. Like, don't be emotional. Don't be like angry and say, oh my God, you're ruining my life. How could you do this? Like, none of that is helpful. Just present the facts, right? These are the same videos I've been making for years. I'm not doing anything differently. Can you please let me know what it is that is violating the community guidelines? I have reviewed the community guidelines. I believe it could be these 2 points, but I'm not sure. Could you guide me more? I think those are good tips. If we could, Sean, we haven't talked about copyright claims. I think it's important to break that down for people because that's something different that sometimes happens to people and creators freak out. They're like, oh my God, I have a copyright claim. I'm gonna lose my channel. Okay, so copyright claim is something very different. A copyright claim is an IP holder saying, okay, I know you're using my content. I'm gonna let you, but I'm going to share in the AdSense of that video. I have a client, Andy Morris, who's a huge pianist on YouTube. He's like the guy in the college cafeteria who would play, and these like songs, like really famous songs would start playing, and then the whole cafeteria would stop because when you hear like a Coldplay song or like a Imagine Dragons song, like everyone pays attention. But what happens with these music publishers is they will automatically put a claim on the videos, and my client knows this and is totally fine with it. He's fine giving up 30 or 50% of the AdSense because he knows that he's covering someone else's music. He knows he doesn't own it, but he knows by covering these very famous songs, he's going to get millions of views versus an original song where he might get 10,000 views, right? So a copyright claim is simply an IP holder saying, this is my IP and I'm going to share in your AdSense and I'm going to let you use it. And that's something I think a lot of creators don't understand because they just hear claim and they think it's the same thing as a strike, and it actually isn't. It's just a mechanism for the IP holder to share in basically in your success, right? Because it's your IP, it's their IP that's adding to your successful views or millions of views, and they need to share in that.
And I love the strategy that he is thinking there because yes, we talked about in this episode, copyright strikes, community guideline strikes, and copyright claims, where, especially for music channels, well, what if I get a claim and I do lose out on monetization? Okay, you lose out on monetization or you split it, but what about the influence? What about the reach? And we've had a lot of people that are part of our community, our Video Reiki Academy course with music channels. They think about multiple different ways to make a living as a creator and monetize, and they just don't rely on ad revenue. But if they are oftentimes covering popular songs, even reacting to popular songs, it's kind of a fine line. It's like, well, that might get claimed, but it's not a strike that is not a strike. It's not harming your channel at that moment. It's just affecting the monetization. Well, what is the influence worth? The subscribers, the growth, the views. So the sophisticated creators think it a lot bigger than AdSense. Do I have that right?
Yes. And for me, I'm a fractional CEO to some of the biggest YouTubers in the world. I want creators to think way beyond AdSense and brand deals, right? I want them to think about newsletters and communities and launching a physical product beyond merch, right? I want them to think about equity and affiliates. Like, I want them to grow out so that they have 10 or 12 revenue streams, because I believe that YouTube creators are the next studio heads. I mean, you look at Jimmy, you look at Mr. Beast, you look at Darman, you look at Good Mythical Morning. I mean, these are all channels that are studios. So we're gonna have like 50 small studios going forward versus like the traditional media of 6 studios. But you need to grow your IP portfolios and be smart about it. Because if you want to sell your channel one day, you better make sure your IP is cleared, you're using clean licensed music, because if half of your library is not clean, the chain of title is not clean, no one's going to buy your channel. So you have to actually think 10 steps ahead, where you want to be in 5 years or 10 years. Because I believe most creators, that's their life cycle. You hit about 10 years. I mean, you look at MatPat and Veritasium, they were like 10 to 15 years, right? But then at some point, you're not a kid anymore, right? And you're like, oh, I want to go have a family. I want to have kids. I don't want to do vlogs every day. I mean, it changes, right? So you have to always be thinking ahead.
This is why people should subscribe to the Think Media podcast. Big, thinking different, thinking bigger. And this is why you're one of our favorite guests from our community. I got 3 more of these points as we land the plane on this episode. And if you've been getting value, though, like, rate, share, review the podcast. It means the world. I know we have a lot of audio listeners. You could just go to Spotify and click the star rating. On Apple Podcasts, leaving a review. I know it takes time, but if you did that today, it would mean the world to me and the Think Media team. And thank you so much for being part of our community. And so number 7 was appeal smartly, not emotionally. Number 8, document everything. If you have records of any licenses, permissions, fair use analyses, or editorial notes, that can help. Number 9, consider content insurance. Now, I know you might want to talk about that, but that is in another episode that'll be linked in the show notes. Especially for bigger channels, you can buy media liability insurance to cover legal costs if you get sued for copyright defamation or a takedown dispute. And some of this stuff so like everyone just got stressed, like their cortisol went up. They're like, wait a minute. But again, that's especially for bigger channels. Also depends on what kind of content you're doing. If you're just vlogging around your garden or your farm of all your own stuff, media liability insurance might not be as big a deal. But if you are doing gaming and other people's IP, basically, just other people's content, OPC, not OPP, naughty by nature, OPC, other people's content, maybe media insurance. And then number 10, when in doubt, leave it out. If you're slightly unsure if something's risky, cut it, because one video isn't worth losing your entire channel. Any final thoughts? And also give a shout out to where people can connect with you as we land the plane with one final question in just a second.
Well, I'm just going to close out the media insurance part. I think people who have channels that do commentaries on people, like remember CoffeeZilla, like when you're talking about people and you have a journalistic channel, remember he's getting sued by Logan Paul right now and he does not have defamation coverage. So all of his legal costs are coming out of pocket for him. If you do a lot of product reviews, like if you're talking about someone's product that could potentially tank their product, and you didn't do your research and you just said this is a terrible product and it kills the whole line. I mean, if someone, if that brand is going to come after you, you better have media insurance that covers you for that. So I think, again, I totally agree with you. My job is to protect and grow creators. So when I am making content, I want people to think about, I feel safer now and I'm going to go make content. Our point, Sean and my point, is not to give you this information and freak you out and say, well, I'm just not going to go make any content now. That is not the point. We're trying to give you all the information so that you can be amazing creators who enjoy this American dream and not have to stress about, well, am I going to get a copyright strike? If you have all this information in mind already before you make the content, we're just trying to empower you basically and give you the information so that you can keep making content and maybe quit your full-time job and do this full-time, right?
I've got one more question for you, but give a shout out. People want to connect with you, follow you. Where can they reach you?
Thank you. So my channel is called Tyler Shaw, the Creator's Attorney. I actually write almost every day on LinkedIn. And Sean, I wanted to share the news with you. I'm actually starting my community. Finally, I'm doing it on Kajabi. They're great for creators, and this is gonna be really funny, but I do this for creators, right? I help them launch their communities or their newsletters, and I'll share this in real time with you. I have been having the hardest time naming my community. Like I'm literally down to 3 names. So I'll share it with you and maybe you can give me some insight and maybe the audience can tell me what sounds better, right? So at first I thought I was going to do the Creators Attorney Collective, or maybe it's like the Creators Law Collective, or the or Creators Law House, like the German spelling. I'm very torn right now. I thought maybe the Creators Court, like a royalty court, but then some people are like, well, does that denote like going to court?
I know that you'd be in court, and you're going to be judged as opposed to, yeah.
I know. So, but the point is, I am starting a community, and it's a way for creators to come together. I'll do lives twice a month, and people can come bring their questions, and I'll do case studies with creators solving their problems in real time. And I have a wait list of 1,000 people, and I'll drop the wait list here for you. If you can share it with your audience, and I would love to see them there.
100%. And if you are on the YouTube version or want to head over to the YouTube version of the episode, give Tyler some feedback. Which of those names for her community did you like best, or do you have any other names? The Creators Court, the Creators Community, different community names. Would love your feedback. Okay, final question, Tyler. You just have a unique perspective of seeing the growth, the opportunity, an inside look at what's happening in the creator economy. In 2025, how do you feel about the future of the creator economy and the opportunity for those that are even just starting or early on in their journey?
Oh my God. We have arrived, Sean. I mean, you are a pioneer because you've been doing this for so much longer. But I was at NAB 2 weeks ago, and I was invited to this private dinner, and it was the most insane dinner. So it was the head of Lionsgate, Amazon, Warner Brother Discovery, Fremantle, BBC, Bloomberg. And then the other half of the room were it was me and Jim Lauerback and all the creator, and then Epidemic Sound was there, 11 Labs was there. So all the people in the creator space and all the legacy companies were just trying, we were the shiny pets, basically. They wanted to learn from us. They want to know how to get into the space. They want to know what do we do with our billion minutes of content, our library? And I said, put it on YouTube. That's literally free AdSense that you're going to make, right? But they're not even thinking that. But what I'm seeing is, look, NAB had one stage last year for Creator Lab. This year it tripled to 3. Next year we're going to be on the main stage. This is the progression we're seeing, the focus on the digital creator space and how much money is pouring into this space. Unilever just said that they're going to spend 50% more this year on influencer marketing than they did last year. And we're talking about probably hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Because we know Unilever, and everyone's focus is on creators now. You look at Mr. Beast's show on Amazon, that will become normal. You will get big creators doing shows on Netflix or Amazon or Hulu. The future is very, very bright for creators. So if you're thinking about starting your YouTube channel, there's no better time than now. I put YouTube channels into trusts for my clients' kids. It's more valuable than real estate these days. I have clients who have 100,000 subs who are going to hit 7 figures this year. It's not about how big your subscriber count is. It's about how deep your knowledge is and how dedicated your audience is to you. You can grow a 6 or 7 figure business based on your YouTube channel. And it's just so amazing, and I'm just so happy for creators.
The future is bright, and YouTube is an investment in the future. I want to thank you for listening to the Think Media podcast today. Rate, review, share wherever you watch or listen. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and we will connect with you in a future episode.
Within the first year, I was getting to a point where I was hitting 10 grand a month. That first year was really tough because, again, I didn't know what was going on. And I almost had a mental breakdown 4 months in trying to produce a video every week.
Today, we're going to be learning how a medical professional turned boring eye content into viral videos.
Finally, one of my videos did hit, got suggested, again, a little bit by luck, but I caught a topic.
What would you tell creators if they were feeling like maybe it's too late to start YouTube? And if you were to start from scratch today, what would be some of your first tips? Today, we're going to be learning how a medical professional turned boring eye content into viral videos, including his thumbnail strategy that took his shorts and his videos up to 7 million views on one video. He's also going to be breaking down the exact method he uses to structure videos to keep them watching. One of his videos hit 1.5 million views doing this, and the content shift that helped him jump from a struggling creator to over 139 million total video views. But right at the start, we're going to cover the 3 biggest mistakes he sees people making on YouTube when they're just starting out growing their channels. But if you're new to the Think Media podcast, thanks for being here. And today I'm thrilled to welcome Dr. Joseph Allen, the visionary behind Dr. Eye Health. He has over 139 million views, and since launching his channel back in 2018, he's built an impressive community of over 1 million subscribers by breaking down eye health topics in an accessible way that resonates with his audience. Dr. Eye Health, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you, Sean. This is amazing. Longtime fan of everything Think's doing. So again, an honor.
Well, I'm fired up to dive into a little bit of your story, some advanced tactics as the conversation progresses. But let's start off really quick. What are the 3 biggest mistakes that you see creators making? We brainstormed these ahead of time. The first one is random content. Break that down.
Yeah, so I see, even for myself, when I first started off, I wasn't sure what I was talking about. I wasn't sure really what to make. But over time, really boiling down to what your audience wants, like how can you best show up for them, and being very direct about what the problem is and how you're going to help them. I think having clarity on what you're going to be really focusing on can really put your content above everybody else's, because you're really getting to the sharp pain point of what the keyword is, the key phrases, and what the audience is looking for that content. And even if it's not a hot topic, if you are direct about it, it will find an audience.
So good. Number 2 is not getting to the point fast enough. What do you mean here?
So at the beginning of the videos, if you spend too long not getting to the point or really getting the information or allowing the viewer to know they're in the right place, that the information that they clicked on, that they are going to get that information, then you see audience retention drop off way too fast. So you have to kind of figure out how to present yourself quickly and get kind of reaffirmed to the audience that the video is what it's going to be about, right? You don't want to be just clickbaity enough so that people will be interested in it, but not too clickbaity that you're going to be taking them on a wild ride.
I love that. And the 3rd biggest mistake you see creators making is on their thumbnails. What are some of the mistakes there?
Biggest thing is too crowded, right? They got way too many words on the thumbnail. Perhaps they don't have enough emotion or enough color. I think sometimes simple is better than too complex. And so I've really started to lean into that myself and really analyzing, okay, how do I better get this thumbnail to pop out and make it very simple? How do I draw eyes this direction? Because once I get their eyes on the thumbnail, they're going to be able to see the title. And if the title's in alignment with that thumbnail and it's enough curiosity, they'll click through it. I'll see the click-through rates improve.
Man, those are some really powerful tactical tips to get us some quick wins on the next video upload that we do. But now I kind of want to dive into a broader view of your process. Now, if people are new to your channel, I actually am certain some of the listeners have stumbled on your channel before, because almost everybody in the world has eyes. A lot of people wear glasses, they're dealing with dark circles or contact lenses. And so over the years, you're all over the internet and YouTube. You got a lot of videos over 1 million views. And there's topics like doctor explains how to get rid of under eye bags, or contact lenses for beginners, or how to clean eyeglasses. What's your process for turning medical concepts into engaging titles that average people want to click on?
Really good question. We have kind of a few different strategies, right? We have one which is purely SEO-based strategy. So we use the algorithms to try to understand what are people really looking for, what's the search telling us, because that's usually evergreen content, right? That's content that's going to last forever. We know everybody's asking those questions. So if we at least show up there once a month with an SEO-driven video, we know that's going to have longevity. The other is kind of a topical. We know that if there's some topics that are getting hot in the industry, like recently there were some publications showing that this medication, a very popular medication that people are taking, has a risk for permanent vision loss or blindness. Like, that's a good topic people want to know. And if we are an authority talking about that topic, there's a good chance that other news outlets may end up making a video on that, or they may make a post about that. Well, guess whose video is going to be recommended next after that after that other big news outlet? That's another kind of strategy we'll use. But I think definitely when making a video, finding something that's going to resonate with your audience, knowing what people are searching and knowing the top kind of popular topics, being able to kind of focus in on those and make sure you're hitting at least one of those top topics a month throughout the year, because then you're always staying relevant to the audience.
Man, that's a really genius way to break it down, that we're tapping into both the evergreen search engine optimized type of videos, but if we're paying attention to our niche and our topic and trying to once a month spot something, you know, we call it trend surfing, and ride that trend, and it's a system, because in that case too, maybe it doesn't blow up. Do you have a story from that where maybe you try to catch a trend and you're like, I did all right, but it didn't pop off? But then there's maybe an example where you're like, whoa, we caught the right video at the right time and it really got a lot of views. Did you have a real breakout video doing that trend surfing?
I have. There's a few times this has worked both directions. For example, this last year, I did a video on castor oil, on its effects on castor oil, because there's a lot of things in the world of social media where people will kind of, they'll talk about benefits of something without having true scientific backup for it. I think people know that there's just, especially in the diet world, for example, that there's a lot of people just make claims. But I said, okay, well, people are asking about castor oil. They're making these claims that it helps with the eyes in these ways. Well, let me dig into the research on it. And I've seen other videos by other eye professionals talk about it, but their videos did very poor. Like, I'm like, only 6,000 views on this really good video. So how can I spin it to really grab more attention? How can I teach this in a better way? And so I gave it a shot. I honestly thought it was going to flop. I thought like, we're going to get maybe 10,000 views tops. And it caught that wave along with all these other content creators making content about castor oil. And I got millions of views off that video. So it works. And sometimes it doesn't. It works okay. It would, even if it only got 10,000, I would have been happy with it. It'd be like, it's still good information. It's still going to help people. But, you know, thankfully it paid off.
It's a great mindset, because if it would have only got 10,000, a nice mindset to be like, yeah, help some people, got the video out there, but I'm looking at it at the moment of recording. It's got 2.6 million views. It's getting 76 views per hour as we talk. So this, you know, hour-long conversation, 76 new people still watching the video. And the title ended up being Castor Oil for Your Eyes, Dry Eyes, Eye Bags, Eye floaters, and cataracts. So such a cool example of just being committed to the trend surfing strategy, knowing what's happening. And then even it could be TikTok trends, I imagine, like when something, because I saw castor oil, my friend Shalene Johnson, people using it for face, anti-aging, ingesting it, all these different things. You catch the right thing at the right time and think about, how do I tie my niche into that? That's really powerful. How do you structure your videos once you get people to click on it from a good thumbnail and title to try to maintain high viewer retention? And especially too, since you're communicating what could be complex medical topics, if professionals are listening to this, you know, there's this balance between, if it's going to be accessible to the masses, it might need to be understandable, but yet you're also trying to convey information. If I was to read a medical paper, I might fall asleep, but you've done such a great job of building a brand and educating people well. What are some of your tips there for how you do your videos and maybe structure things so they're accessible but still really deeply informational?
So this has been, I think, work in progress for, you know, the almost 7 years I've been doing this. I think there is a place for making this cut and dry informative videos, especially around a medical condition. However, they're not probably going to get many views. One of the first videos I found success in, like, consistent audience retention was, in fact, my how to clean your glasses video. And I sort of just shot it on a whim one day. I didn't really put much thought into it. I honestly think I just got lucky in how I produced it. But I recognized in the statistics afterward, like, this video is doing well. What is different? And I noticed the audience retention stayed stable at like 60% viewership for like a minute and a half, 2 minutes into the video. And I think anybody who makes videos on a regular basis, they usually see that fast drop off in the first 30 seconds, right? So over time, I've learned to improve storytelling And with more complex topics, like how to clean your eyeglasses is like a tips video. Works very well when you have multiple points. You're like, hey, here's 6 tips. Here, let me show you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But when you're trying to explain a more complex medical condition, I try to use the but and therefore. Have you ever heard anyone give that explanation?
Break it down.
So you may have a point of like, for example, in the eye care world, astigmatism. A lot of people have astigmatism. There's maybe listeners and viewers who are hearing that term. They're like, oh yeah, my doctor said that before, but maybe they don't really know what it is. So in a video that I've already shot, it'll come out here in some time, but that video will break down how astigmatism affects your vision. And I'll raise that up as a question, but I'll say, but first, we should probably define astigmatism. And so then I'll be able to kind of pause that, like the viewer thinks they're going in one direction, but I'll say, but let's talk about this first. So I'll change direction. That's still on the same topic. It's not in far left field, but it helps explain the story better. And so I'll try to use a couple of buts and change around the topic and answer other common questions around that topic, just to keep viewers interested and invested in hearing the full story. It takes some time, but you can get better at it as you continue to write and put in the skills.
And then what's there for?
So that's still part of it. So you say, but this happened. Look, it's part of the storyline, right? You're explaining the medical story, but there's something, it doesn't work out the exact way you thought it was. And therefore, this happens. And so you start to explain what happens there, and then you add another but. And then you continue to kind of make this dance around the main point. And ultimately, you still answer all of the questions in the point of the video, but it keeps you, the viewer, more invested in what you're explaining.
I think this is so powerful, and I think it's a skill that can take time to develop. So if you're listening to this, it might feel overwhelming. You know, you think of Dr. Allen doing this for 7 years, still at it, sharpening his skills all the time. You know, it's a good reason to subscribe to the podcast. And even just repetition of this kind of information and learning is so important because these are high level skills. But I feel like I want to call this like the Pulp Fiction strategy, because Quentin Tarantino is famous, as many other directors are, for cutting to the chase with a scene in one of his films and then jumping back way in the past to give you some past context, and then jumping into the future, and then jumping into the middle. And you actually will oftentimes see this a lot. Some great shows, you know, if you're listening to this right now, maybe you think of a show that will bring you into a present conflict, and then after a bit, we'll go back to the past to lay foundation. And maybe it's even walking through that individual's childhood, which is now making all these correlations to what's happening now, or they're jumping between characters that are all moving around this narrative arc. The punchline is it's not linear as we would just think. Like a lot of shows or movies, they don't just start with like, and day one, the protagonist was born, and then 10 years of a really boring life. But even the big idea of cut to the chase would be the idea of like, how does every James Bond movie start? It starts with a gunfight. He's like riding on a jet ski. There's helicopters. It actually is 0 to 100 real quick, like Drake. There's massive conflict, and then it's like 6 days earlier, and so it kind of goes back. So that's kind of what I envisioned when you were saying that. It's sort of like you're grabbing people in, you're bringing them here, but that storytelling now is jumping back. And it's funny to relate, you know, a Quentin Tarantino movie or James Bond to education about eye health or YouTube. But these storytelling principles are transferable, and hopefully listeners, maybe they'll never watch a movie the same. Looking at the storytelling arc from every film you watch, and how could you maybe include that in your videos? That's a really high level of thinking. When did you start doing that?
Only until maybe the last year or two. And I think I sort of stumbled onto it by accident. Like I just started watching some other creators and thought, you know, that's an interesting way to shoot their video, an interesting way to edit it. How would I incorporate that in explaining this more medical-based topic? And there's times it's worked. There's times where I've applied it more heavily just because it's easier with some topics. But for example, if someone goes back and watches my castor oil video, you will notice I kind of tee up that there are concerns or risks if someone puts 100% castor oil on their eye. But first, let me explain that this study where I was really surprised that there's benefits to castor oil. And so it kind of shifts a little bit. You'll see it a little bit in that video.
And that was an open loop because there's some risks. I'm like, okay, I need to know the risk. You're like, but first let's go back and give you some context. I'm like, okay, well now I need the context, but you've still created a great open loop that I need to close to understand what those risks are that are coming later in the video.
Absolutely. And so I think it's a higher, for anybody who's maybe just starting out, it is a higher level of video writing. And it's something I'm still working on, but as I get more excited writing the videos myself when I start writing it in a storytelling way rather than just cut and dry.
I want to talk about YouTube Shorts, and not every creator embraces Shorts. Shorts are probably one of the most polarizing and controversial topics on YouTube because some creators are saying Shorts will destroy your channel, divide your audience, hurt your regular views on your main videos. When I look at your top shorts, you've got a short that has 7.7 million views. Now your most viewed regular video has 4.8 million views. Congratulations on both fronts, crushing it. But I'm curious, when did you decide to embrace shorts and what have you learned? Has it been a positive, neutral? Is there pros and cons that you've personally felt, and are you committed to still posting shorts?
So when we started doing shorts, I think I came to it late. I started just testing it out a little bit here and there. Wasn't really sure how to do it because I've never really gravitated toward TikTok or Instagram Reels too hard. But I thought, you know what, this is something that's part of YouTube. YouTube's investing in it. I should at least try it, see how it affects things. And we had a little bit of success doing some reactions, but I started just kind of saying, hey, let's pick topics, especially even SEO things that, I can't make a full video on this, but I can at least make kind of a short and zoom in on that. And it's not going to hurt anything for me to try it. And what I've found, it actually has done nothing but help the channel because it's a lot of times these short videos go to people who are more interested in watching short content than just long form content. And it gets in front of people who've never seen my content before. So it ends up at least drawing them to the channel. And at some point, if they watch one or two shorts, the algorithm may learn, hey, this person might also like a long form from me, and they get shown one of my top 10 videos. They get more introduced to my world of eye care. And that's kind of the mission. I want people to learn about the eyes and take care of them better. And so the more people I can raise awareness to, then that accomplishes my mission. So what we're doing now, we are going to be investing more heavily in short form content for all platforms, right? I'm not just dedicating just to YouTube, but I make it with the mindset that YouTube is still my priority number one platform. So we're going to be doing more, but we're planning our short content largely around our long form. And so when I plan out a long form video, again, we have astigmatism, I'm remaking some of my older top 10 videos that I started with. And that astigmatism video, wow, there's actually 4 or 5 shorts I can make all around astigmatism. And I can post those a week before the main video. I can post those during the week of the main video. I can post those afterward, and they all will feed back to that main video. And so we're going to continue kind of coming up with these strategies down the road and leaving room as a trend may come up, on any platform, and we'll be able to comment on that or find places to fill that in with our content schedule.
It's interesting for an established creator like you. I think I heard you say we're going to remake our top 10 videos. Break that down for maybe somebody listening. Even if they're just starting, it might be a way to think about, what if I run out of topics? Well, there's maybe the ability to repeat yourself eventually, especially if it's months or even years later over your now 7 years of building a channel. But explain your thinking behind looking at your top 10 and then redoing it. What is the mindset there, the strategy there?
So we know that just looking at our statistics, okay, there's certain topics, the topic is interesting. There's a lot of people asking about these hot topics in the eye care world. Of course, there's things like eye bags, there's dark circles, there's floaters, there's contact lenses. There's a lot of these key common questions people are asking. In some of these videos I made back in 2018, 2019, I used older cameras. The information I'll be putting out may be very similar or the same, because not much has changed about like astigmatism. That hasn't changed, like what we know about it. But I have changed. The way I shoot, the style of the way I communicate has changed. But in addition to this, I have grown almost 1 million subscribers since then. A lot of those subscribers may have never seen that original video from 5-6 years ago on astigmatism. So if anything, I'm doing them a disservice. I should be talking about this important topic this next year and just getting that out to new people. And maybe people who've already seen the old video, maybe they'd be interested in learning more about it from a different perspective. So I think it's an easy bet for me to say, hey, this is a good content that is going to be consistent and I can do a better job. And it's a way to show up for my viewers and future viewers.
I think this is one of the most underrated strategies that creators miss because they're afraid of repeating themselves, or they feel like I've already said that. And that impression might come if they do repeat themselves. One person in the comments are like, haven't you already talked about that? Or haven't you already posted a video about that? And then you've posted a video about that. So in your mind, you're like, well, I've already talked about that. Even if you reflect back, you're like, well, I've already covered astigmatism. Not realizing all of the strategic and logical reasons you mentioned. Well, there's a bunch of new people that still need to learn about it. You have new style and new gear. It's a new year. There's probably 10, 20% of, maybe it's not even new information. Maybe it's a little bit of new information because maybe a few new medical papers or something, but also just your ability to communicate it. What I want listeners to really take away is that I think a lot of people are missing out on the opportunity of repeating themselves more on the proven topics. They're constantly searching for something new. I heard one person put it this way: we shouldn't be constantly trying to say new things, because if we are, then we at some point are making stuff up. Because in any niche, there's probably 10 core topics, 30 adjacent, and max 100 if you're really, and then of course you get into, but there's not that many things you'd ultimately be saying when you're covering those core topics. Of course, different niches are different. The quote is, you shouldn't be constantly trying to say new things to new people. You should be trying to say the same things to new people. This episode is brought to you by StreamYard. StreamYard is our go-to platform here at Think Media for live streaming to Facebook and YouTube, and for recording our video podcast. It has an incredibly easy to use interface for built-in branding, transitions, text lower thirds, and seamlessly bringing on guests. And they just added an awesome new feature called local recording. This allows you to take the quality to another level by separating out your audio and video from your guests, giving you more control over your content for later use. This feature is perfect for video and podcast creators. And so to get a special deal on StreamYard right now and to see all the features that are included, just go to streamwiththink.com. That is streamwiththink.com. There's millions of people who still have not discovered you, even though you have 1 million subscribers. If any channel has 100,000 subscribers or 10,000, their videos aren't getting 10,000 views usually. So what, 1% of your audience, 5% of your audience is seeing it, and the myth is you believe you post a video and everyone sees it, and then you believe they watched the whole thing. So you believe they've even got all the information, and then you realize too, you have an entirely new strategy of viewer retention. So if you posted that before, and sure it did well and it did incredibly well, but also if the average video duration was 2 minutes, there's a lot of information they need on a 10-minute video. I'm just giving a lot of rationale for the listener to do exactly what you're saying, that remake your winners, repackage your best topics. Don't be afraid to repeat yourself, and don't worry about the 1 or 2 or 3%, because thank God for the 3% of people that go, you already talked about this. You should say thank you for being such a super fan, because that's not the majority. That's one person who's they watch every single thing you do. It's all right, I appreciate you, acknowledging that. The 99% still need to be reached even of your own subscribers usually. And so I really got excited about that strategy. Let's go a little bit broader and take it back now to your journey and what we can learn from that. You just said, one of the things we are working on, which speaks to the aspect that your channel has grown, million subscribers, building a team, delegating things. But of course, that's not where you started. So if we were to walk through the seasons, take us back to you getting started, day one. What's your lifestyle, working in a clinic, thinking about starting a YouTube channel and trying to figure this thing out when there is no we, and there's maybe not an extra budget and there's not fancy cameras, but just what it really takes to get going as a busy professional back when you started.
So when I had this idea to start a YouTube channel, and I won't get too into the romance of it, but I had this idea and I said, okay, it's New Year's, 2017's ending, beginning of 2018. I'm going to start a YouTube channel about eye care. Nothing really exists on this topic, and I don't really have anybody to guide me. I didn't really have mentorship, so I got to figure this out. I had no idea about cameras, no idea about lighting, video editing, nothing. So I go on YouTube and start typing in, how do I start this? Actually, that's how I found you, Sean, and found Think Media. So you helped me figure out what camera to get, what lenses to start with, how to set up the lighting. I basically studied everything Think Media posted for about 3 months, trying to just even learn the basics, because again, this is a new world for me. So it took about 3 months of me I was sitting on the bike in the gym, taking notes, watching videos on what I needed to buy, kind of strategizing, okay, how do I make content? And then I finally purchased all the gear, maybe $2.5 grand worth of investment into different gear, because I wanted a certain level of professionalism. I didn't want to come off like, I'm a doctor. I don't want to look like I'm just shooting off of my cell phone in the garage. So I did invest a little bit for higher quality gear at that time. In retrospect, I wish I would have invested more, because I probably wasted thousands of dollars on crappy lights that only lasted 1 year or something, and I should have just invested in something a little bit higher end. It took about 6 months of me studying content, practicing, learning how to edit, before I had enough courage to post my first video, which came out in July of 2018. The first 3-4 months, again, I was just throwing stuff against the wall, like throwing videos against the wall, hoping it would work out. I remember some tough days. I was, working 6-7 days a week in the clinic and spending my Saturday at the clinic when I could have been outside hanging out with friends. They're going to movies, they're going fishing or boating back in Minnesota where I was living at the time. And I'm sitting there, I'm in here on a Saturday, sitting in front of a camera, re-recording introductions and saying the same lines and trying to find better ways to explain things and getting frustrated at myself. And because I think if you're not used to producing YouTube videos, if you're not used to making content, it can be a challenge. But I got into this mindset of like, you know what, even if I'm struggling now, I'm building a skill set. I'm building a skill set of knowing how to produce videos. I'm developing a skill set of how to talk and how to be a better presenter, how I can be a better communicator, which is a really essential skill for, I think, anyone, almost anyone, but certainly somebody in healthcare. I just kept on working. And that first year was really tough because, again, I didn't know what was going on. And I almost had like a mental breakdown 4 months in trying to produce a video every week and learning all these skills at the same time. But one of my good friends encouraged me. He's like, you know what, you're doing great. You're making at least some core videos that you can share with patients. And then finally, one of my videos did hit and got suggested, again, a little bit by luck, but I caught a topic, which was on eye floaters. And I can't say I fully copied a video for Think Media, but again, I didn't know how to talk on camera. So I watched one of your videos, and I remember writing out almost word for word script of one of your videos. And instead of camera lenses, I crossed it out and would put contact lenses. And I would slowly kind of teach myself, oh, okay, I see how he's teaching this. And so I used that as kind of a framework to learn how to write videos. But that first year was really tough. And then finally, after having some success, I said, hey, I'm going to invest in this guy's course, your VRA course. And I took that, and I think when I finally had that course, it started to click, but I went through the course like 6-7 times. I would listen to it on my commute to work. And so I think the fundamentals of what was taught in that course, I was able to really apply, and that at least was proof of concept, and I started having success, and that was the first year. In fact, the first 2 years was a constant like skill building year. Solopreneur. I didn't get an assistant until 2021, so 3 years in, and I was honestly kind of, I think any solopreneur knows that. They get ragged. You're like working 80 hours a week trying to, whether it be full-time with your normal job plus trying to build a YouTube channel. And then finally got to that point where I'm like, I can't do this on my own. I need someone to answer emails because there's 20 emails I'm not getting to every day. I need help figuring out content production. I need something. So I started, thankfully, I was able to hire an assistant to handle things, small things. And now we have 2 assistants, and now we're looking to build our team more. It's a lot of twists and turns.
Man, it's inspiring to hear your story, and humbling to hear how Think Media and our program Video Ranking Academy has been a part of your journey, but also just your hustle. I think there's a big lesson there too. Like, we have a lot of VRA students that listen to the podcast, and I just am so pumped that you said I went through it 6 to 7 times. I want to challenge somebody that has invested in VRA. They haven't been through it one time, and don't complain about the results you didn't get from the work you didn't do. Like, there's something about it works if you work it. And I want to encourage you, right after this podcast, dive back into your members area. And I love how you spoke to the emotions, though, even the mental breakdown. I think people can relate to that, especially when you add in kids or full-time job, doing this on the side, pressures, trying to get this off the ground. And that's the hardest season, because eventually once you start getting margin and a little bit of money and whatever else, but the liftoff strength, it's kind of like a rocket ship. Elon Musk, SpaceX, they say that the rocket fuel, how much percentage, 50, 60, 70% is burnt just to get the thing moving. And then it's a lot less once there's momentum. At the beginning, it's the emotional energy, it's the physical energy, it's the financial energy. You invest a couple $1,000s, you don't make that back right away. It's a lot invested right up front, and then liftoff was not overnight. And so such a clear picture of the even years this can take. So I'm curious, when did like the finances click in a little bit? Did you lessen your time at the clinic? Are you still keeping that as like a pillar full time because of passion? And what was kind of the transition between your full-time work and what you would call going quote unquote full-time on YouTube, which is defined differently by different people?
Yeah. So when I went into this niche, especially in eye care and YouTube, like, it never really existed before. So again, I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have any idea of how much potential it could make financially. So I think the first moment I had when I was like, wow, like financially, even just as a YouTube channel, I didn't have a course, I didn't have any products to sell. It was just AdSense and basically like some affiliates. And within the first year, I was getting to a point where I was hitting like 10 grand a month of extra income, right? And that, I think for a lot of people, that's not small change.
Was that your first year or second year? You mentioned if I count 6 months of kind of prep, 3 months of throwing videos against the wall, eventually you get VRA. I'm just curious, was there kind of like almost like the prequel and then it starts because you're getting ready, or just so we have like a realistic timeline?
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. I guess in my head, I meant 1 year after I got monetized.
Okay.
So the first year, of course, I spent 6 months not posting anything. By the end of that first year, I did get monetized, and I probably made at least got my money back for my equipment at the end of the first year. That doesn't include all the time investment, right? But for at least physical equipment, maybe $2,500 by the end of the first year. Because when you first get monetized, unless you have a huge video, you don't get that much off of AdSense. And I was just dabbling in affiliate. I didn't really know how. I had just gotten onto like an Amazon partner at the time. So as the channel continued to build up, probably I will say a year and a half into the process from my first video posting, I got an AdSense check of like $9,000, and I was like, wow, I had no idea it had that potential. And that's off of AdSense, which is, I think, unreliable at best. I hate to say, but I think that was a big moment in my head. I'm like, whoa, this has a different type of business model that could work very well in fueling the mission, rather than me just working 6 days a week in the clinic, which is not uncommon for a lot of doctors.
So did you stop? Do you still do some? What was that pivot point? And how do you define full-time? If you're ready to get serious about starting and growing a successful YouTube channel, then you're gonna love vrapodcast.com. For a limited time, we have a special sale happening on our YouTube course and coaching membership that includes the online course, the 80-page workbook, and access to the private community. Inside of this program, you have everything you need for starting a successful YouTube channel all in one place. You get access to checklists and resources that will save you time, reduce stress, and help you reach your YouTube goals faster. But also, the most powerful part is the community. It's not just other creators and entrepreneurs that are ambitious and reaching for their goals, but it's also the Think Media faculty that's in your corner, answering your questions and helping you stay motivated on your journey to YouTube success. And for a limited time, we are running a big sale at vrapodcast.com. So if you want to check it out, just click the link in the show notes or go to vrapodcast.com. All right, let's get back into the episode.
Yeah, so in 2021, I eventually started winding down. The YouTube channel had gotten to about 200,000 subscribers or so. The clinic I was working at actually ended up selling to a private equity company because originally I was going to become partner, but lost that opportunity. And I was like, you know what? This might be a blessing in disguise. I have this upper opportunity that I've been working on. It's growing. It's having this success. This is a time for me to pivot and put a little bit more weight into the YouTube channel. And I wanted to see more success there. So I dropped down to 2 days a week in the clinic, more time on YouTube. And I stayed at 2 days a week from 2021 until 2024. The beginning of 2024, I switched to 1 day a week in the clinic. Now I still see patients. I love seeing patients. It also keeps me relevant in the core profession, and other professionals in my space take me more seriously. The fact that I still see patients every week. And then, so I've really shifted to more, in my mind, I'm more full-time YouTube. It's like a 7-day-a-week job. You know, if you're a business owner, you think about it almost every day. But it's the primary focus of what I want to do and what I want to continue pushing and building.
I really love your story, and I love this ethic. You know, to each their own listening to this, how their career might evolve. But it's a personal, maybe call it a pet peeve of mine, that there's so many legendary teachers you can learn from. Maybe you meet one at college or university, but also universities, in my opinion, are unfortunately, there's too many like business professors that have never run a successful business, or they ran a successful business 30 years ago. And I just think it's something so powerful about staying in the trenches. You know, one of our Think Media, we recently had Nathan and Craig on our podcast. And like, whether it's doing church video production, whether it's shooting weddings on the weekend, whether it's, you know, using the cameras in the real world, and of course, creating content is the real world as well. But we call it player coaches. This idea of like, we always want to be on the field. And if we're going to be teachers, great. But let's keep it, and it might shift to 1 day a week, but it's also, I want to share this because I think it gives you an edge. It gives you an unfair advantage when this idea of content creation can become so meta, where all you're really doing is like, you're not in it as much. And the closer you are to the pain points, the feelings, the issues, FaceTime. You know, in the church world, there was a quote that I was a campus pastor once, and like an old school pastor that had like the wisdom and the time under his belt. He told Miguel Ogos, who I was working with, he said, "I can tell you're a real pastor because you smell like the sheep." Kind of a funny quote, but it was like, because you're not just in the green room, you're not just locked away, you're not just, you know, they call it management by walking around, Michael Scott, The Office, you know, but it's like actually being out there, like, you know, using the stuff, like putting the wear and tear on it, whether that's the gear, whether that's whatever you do. Not to overemphasize that point, but I just love seeing that progression and the wisdom of staying in it when certainly you have so much opportunity before you and so many things you could do that could just completely take up all of your time. I really like that. Now, if we go back to, well, actually just paint today, who's on the team? Do people edit the videos, thumbnail designers, assistant? What does an assistant do?
The team has evolved a little bit. I still have the original assistant. She now takes on a little bit larger role. We're trying to still figure out what do we call her, because she does more than just my assistant. She's almost like a co-producer in a way. She helps figure out the content, the structure of the content, the planning of kind of time blocking throughout the week. She still schedules what my meetings are. But she also, as an educator, she has a really high level understanding of how do we build systems and how do we better teach our viewers and potential customers, clients, that sort of thing. So we're still working on what her role is, expanding and doing a lot of things. We do have a part-time assistant, only works about 10 hours a week, but he does more on the sides of research, helping plan and look up SEO numbers, tracking, okay, what are good topic, possible title options. He also does some research of like, hey, if I'm going to be doing a video on this topic, I want him to go dig into PubMed and pull up every single publication in the last 5 years on this topic. That saves me time. You know, my time is worth a little bit heavier because I need to write the videos, I need to produce the videos. So he can at least save me the time so I'm not sitting there scrambling doing all this research. I still read the publications he finds, but again, digging through the search bar, I don't have to do that. And now as a business, we're in this hot season. The new season we're in is really reformatting the business, building in systems so that we can find someone to build the thumbnails for us. I've had an editor we've been paying just as a private contractor for years. He does great, but we're looking at maybe finding someone that's more full-time, that can invest more time into building better animations or graphics for us rather than us having to do that heavy lifting. And so we're in that season of growth and change, right?
Who does the thumbnails?
I largely still do the thumbnails.
Got it. But you're still, okay, so you're hands-on. What do you use software-wise?
I still use Canva. I started using Photoshop, but it's a bit complex for me. So I got into Canva and now I'm at like a black belt level of it. Yeah. If you look at some of the thumbnails, you're like there's like multiple layers of different things on top of each other with different shading and kind of creative uses of removing backgrounds. And it's, I'm impressed myself sometimes, but it works great.
So you've had a contract editor, a contractor, you've been doing the thumbnails. When it comes down to like getting the title and the video optimized and description and all of that, do you also do all your own posting?
That has historically been me for the last 6.5, 7 years. And now, again, we're in that season where we're trying to shift and see who can do that and take that off my shoulders because I need to be investing my time more wisely.
Got it. And then today, what are the revenue streams? You know, you mentioned it's really, $10K a month on ad revenue is really incredible, actually, because some never make it that far, but they can actually build very profitable YouTube businesses and online businesses. But as you fast forward to today, if we were to draw like a pie chart, even if we don't have numbers, how do things break down in regards to ads or other income streams?
So right now we're equal, about 1/3 split AdSense, another 1/3 split of product sales like affiliates, and then another 1/3 is probably more on the line of sponsorships or some sort of brand deals. But again, we're in this season of change and we're in the process of building our own digital products. And so the business is going to shift pretty heavy here going into the next year. But I think that will expand our potential income and accelerate massive growth I expect because that's going to give us more funds to grow the business, to get us from producing one major video a week to 2 videos a week. We'll hire more people. It's going to be great. I think it's going to be a great asset for us.
And has that been your commitment over the past 6 years, 1 video a week?
I've been basically doing 1 video a week. We also have done live streams like once a month, and we kind of put that in place of 1 video because we've actually found great success with live streams over the last few years. The amount of time, like just watch time, has been incredible. And some people prefer that long form content. We find that a lot of people listen to live streams that are 30, 40 minutes long as if they're listening to a podcast. And we go a little bit deeper on subjects than just what we stay kind of surface level with just like a 8 to 10 minute YouTube video.
I mean, for education channels, that is absolutely true. I know a lot of people in the Think Media podcast here watch replays of our live streams because it is basically a podcast with rich information. Even the Coffee with Cannell show replays cover all kinds of different stuff. And I do the same. I don't know if you do. I'll go to, when I find a channel I like, I will look at not just the videos, but the live streams and maybe find a topic. It's 45 minutes, it's an hour and 15 minutes, turn it on when I'm driving, doing, chores around the house or something. So you're saying 1 video a week, but maybe if you did 3 and you don't have another one going, you would replace one with a live stream. But the simple strategy is 1 video a week for 6 years.
Basically, yeah. And right now, if you were to go to my channel right now, you'd see I haven't posted anything for 3 weeks. What's going on? Well, I am strategically making that business decision of I need to pull back. I need to retool the business. And funny enough, we actually have seen more growth in the last 3 weeks, not posting anything, because we have put in the work of videos that rank, videos that have great content. And so it has bought us this time off to retool the business and build our product, which is ultimately going to leverage us in the future. So
I'm about to jump out of my chair and click my heels like a leprechaun, because if compound interest is the 7th wonder of the world, ranked videos are the 8th. Because when you have a library of ranked videos like you've posted, that are as old as 6 years old and still getting views, it not only helps you build the empire you've built, but it buys you freedom to take time off, work on the next thing, rest, recover a little bit, and still have your channel growing. And that's really cool to hear. Speak a little bit more to just the mindset, though, of the compound effect and consistency. And a lot of people are looking for like a magic number of like 2 videos a week, 3 videos a week, 1 video a week, and then sometimes maybe like around a certain holiday season, I'm going to do Vlogmas or something, and they want to do 30 videos in a month. The simplicity of your approach, but the consistency, because I think there's something about it multiplied by 6 years. There's something about just, whether you're feeling up or down, whether you're going through challenges or not, like, how have you had that resilience to just make the plan and stick with the plan?
I think early on, again, I learned a lot from you, Sean, but I saw like, hey, if this is something I can just stick with, I'm going to show up all the time. It basically reflects good on my brand, right? If a doctor owns a clinic, or if they work at a clinic, do you expect to get paid if you never show up for work? No business is going to work unless your staff shows up. It's never going to grow. You go to that clinic and it's closed. You're like, why is the doors closed? There's no sign. I don't know. So I had this mentality like, I need to show up. Even if the video's not going to be a 1 million views video, that's okay. As long as I show up, I deliver consistent, it's quality content. It has grown my brand, not just as like a great resource for education for the consumers, but even in my profession, doctors, both nationally here in the US, but internationally, when I go to conferences in eye care, there's doctors around the globe who know the brand of the YouTube channel, Dr. Eye Health, because it is consistent and it's quality, and they have faith in that. And so it pushes me that I owe it to my viewers and to my profession to show up.
Man, that's super strong. I just was telling our team, because I'm going to be, we're always updating VRA. I was talking about taking some time off, not to take time off, but to focus on the next version coming soon. And we weren't going to slow down the podcast or stop the podcast. One, we're actually going to probably repurpose some episodes. But two, I was talking about might have a guest host. So Think Video Podcast, get ready. It'll be an incredible month or two. And it might only be, we'd post twice a week. But regardless, what the aha moment to me was, I was like, yo, we're a church. Not that we're a church, but I was like, church is open every Sunday. And whether the pastor's on sabbatical or not, whether it's a guest speaker, whether it's the youth pastor preaching, and it's also like, who's going to get that shot? How do you actually raise up leaders and so there is something interesting about the mindset of showing up consistently. And if you were to go to a church and you're like, oh, this would be awesome to check out, and the doors were locked on Sunday when should be advertised, then you kind of miss out on that opportunity. I think having that mindset is tough, but I want to encourage listeners, because early on you're like, well, no one's taking me serious yet. I don't have a brand yet. I don't have the money yet. I think that's a losing mindset. You have to be thinking big in small places. Don't let your small YouTube channel make you small-minded. You're acting as if you are a professional organization that is a media company that is showing up and being true to your promises and your word, even though it's so hard because you're in that tough early season. And massive respect to how it's grown your brand, because you've showed up over the years and you've built yourself the momentum to now also have a library of videos. So you're still showing up thousands of times a day on your old content to all kinds of viewers. I am curious specifically, there's some listeners that are professionals, maybe in finance, business, any arena, maybe medical content. I'm curious how you've dealt with mindsets of maybe, what